Every day asks you to be loud in some way, loud with effort, loud with focus, loud with confidence, loud with patience. But when night comes, when the world finally stops demanding a performance, another kind of noise begins, the kind no one else can hear. The thoughts that rush in the moment you lie down, the conversations you replay, the worries you keep for later that show up right on time, the old memories that still sting, the pressure to figure everything out before morning, and the strange feeling that even in silence, the mind refuses to be still. Not because something is wrong with you, but because the mind was never taught how to come home. Most people only learn how to survive the day. Few learn how to recover from it. We were trained to push through stress, not to soften it, to stay strong, not to feel safe, to solve problems, not to release them. So the mind stays tight, the body stays on guard, and sleep becomes a place where everything unfinished tries to speak at once. But there is another way, a calmer way, a stronger way. Not the strength that clenches harder, but the strength that can let go. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed peace is not luck. It is a skill. They believed the mind becomes quiet when it stops chasing control, that thoughts lose their grip when you watch them instead of wrestling them, that most inner suffering comes from carrying what was never yours to carry. Other people's opinions, old mistakes, imagined futures, and fears dressed up as preparation. Tonight, this is not about forcing silence. It is about meeting the noise with steadiness. It is about learning to separate what happens in your life from what your mind adds to it. It is about releasing the need to fix everything right now and returning to the one place the world cannot reach, the space inside you that is still even when everything feels loud. This meditation is 4 hours of that return. 4 hours to unclench the mind. 4 hours to loosen the grip of worry. 4 hours to let the nervous system feel safe again. 4 hours to lay down the weight you've been carrying like it was your identity, because it isn't. So breathe slowly. Let the shoulders drop. Let the face soften. Let the day end here. And as the night moves forward, allow this to be your quiet training. One thought at a time, one breath at a time, one release at a time, until the noise inside fades into the background and sleep becomes what it was always meant to be, a reset, not a battle. Let the breath settle a little deeper now. The room is quiet. The body is beginning to loosen. And beneath the surface of your thoughts, something softer is waiting to be seen. The noise you hear each night is not random. It is not chaos without cause. It has roots. It has patterns. And many of those patterns were planted long ago without you even noticing. So as the mind begins to slow, we gently turn inward, not to search for problems, but to understand the source of the sound. There is a layer beneath your daily thoughts that rarely gets questioned. It sits quietly, shaping the way you see everything. These are your assumptions, not the loud opinions you defend, not the beliefs you talk about, but the silent rules you live by without ever choosing them. Assumptions are like background music. You stop noticing them because they have always been there. Yet, they influence how you interpret every situation. When someone does not respond to your message, there is an assumption waiting to explain it. When a mistake happens, there is an assumption ready to label it. When the future feels uncertain, an assumption quickly predicts danger. The sound of your unexamined assumptions is subtle but constant. It whispers things like, "I must not fail." It insists, "People are judging me." It warns, If I lose control, everything falls apart. These thoughts feel true because they have been repeated for years, but repetition does not equal truth. Most assumptions are formed early. A moment of embarrassment becomes a rule about never standing out. A season of rejection becomes a belief that connection is risky. A period of instability becomes a lifelong habit of overthinking. The mind, trying to protect you, creates shortcuts. It says, "This is how the world works. This is how you must behave." And over time, those shortcuts turn into invisible laws. The Stoics understood something powerful. They believed that suffering often begins not with events, but with judgments about events. Marcus Aurelius wrote that if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. That estimate is often built on an assumption. For example, if you assume that your worth depends on constant achievement, then rest will feel like danger. If you assume that conflict always leads to loss, then honest conversation will feel threatening. If you assume that uncertainty means disaster, then every unknown will echo loudly in your mind at night. Unexamined assumptions turn ordinary moments into heavy burdens. They create tension where there could be neutrality. They create fear where there could be patience. They create urgency where there could be trust. And the most difficult part is this: assumptions hide behind certainty. They do not present themselves as guesses. They feel like facts. The mind says, "Of course this is true." And because you never pause to question it, the assumption continues shaping your reactions. The sound of these hidden rules becomes especially clear at night. When distractions fade, the mind begins reviewing the day. It scans for mistakes, threats, unfinished tasks. But beneath that review is often a deeper belief. I am responsible for everything. Or, if I don't think about this enough, I will fail. This is where inner noise grows, not from reality, but from the pressure created by these silent expectations. One gentle practice can begin softening this pattern. When a stressful thought appears, ask quietly, "What must I be assuming right now?" Do not rush the answer. Let it surface slowly. You may discover that beneath your worry is the assumption that you are not allowed to disappoint anyone, or that mistakes define you, or that you must always be prepared for the worst. Once the assumption is seen, something shifts. It loses its invisibility, and when it is no longer invisible, it can be questioned. The Stoic approach is not to replace one rigid belief with another. It is to test your judgments calmly. Is this assumption fully true? Is it always true? Does it serve peace, or does it create tension? Often, simply asking these questions creates space between you and the thought. Assumptions thrive in automatic thinking. They weaken in awareness. There is also compassion in this process. These beliefs were not created out of weakness. They were formed as protection. At some point in your life, they may have helped you survive difficulty. But survival strategies do not always lead to long-term peace. What once kept you safe may now keep you restless. As the night continues, allow yourself to gently loosen the grip of these silent rules. You do not need to destroy them. You do not need to solve every belief tonight. Just notice them. Recognize that not every thought is a command. Not every fear is a prophecy. Not every inner voice is truth. The more you observe without immediate reaction, the quieter the mind becomes. Not because thoughts disappear completely, but because they are no longer automatically obeyed. Silence begins when awareness replaces assumption. And as your breathing steadies and the body grows heavier against the bed, you may feel a small but important shift. The noise that once felt overwhelming begins to lose its authority. It becomes sound in the distance rather than a voice in control. This is how the inner battlefield slowly transforms, not through force, not through suppression, but through understanding what was quietly running the show all along. As those silent assumptions begin to loosen, something else starts to reveal itself. Beneath many of those hidden rules, beneath the pressure to perform and the fear of making mistakes, there is a deeper current moving quietly through the mind. It does not speak loudly at first. It waits. It tightens when you are ignored. It reacts when you are criticized. It grows restless when you are not seen. And now, as the body settles further into the night, we gently turn toward that deeper layer, not to judge it, not to fight it, but to understand it. There is a part of you that wants to matter, a part that wants to be recognized, valued, remembered. This part is not evil, it is not shameful, it is human. But when it becomes afraid of disappearing, it begins to create noise. The ego's fear of being irrelevant is subtle but powerful. It does not always show up as arrogance. Often it appears as anxiety, as overthinking, as the need to explain yourself, as the discomfort when someone else shines, as the quiet sting when your effort goes unnoticed. Irrelevance feels like invisibility, and invisibility feels like a threat to identity. The ego asks, if no one sees me, do I still matter? That question alone can fuel endless mental activity. When someone interrupts you, the ego feels reduced. When your message receives no response, the ego feels dismissed. When others move forward while you feel still, the ego whispers that you are falling behind. These reactions happen quickly, before logic, before reflection. They feel automatic. The Stoics understood that attachment to reputation is one of the fastest ways to inner disturbance. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that the opinions of others are outside his control. He wrote about how quickly people forget, how even fame fades into dust, not to create sadness, but to create freedom. If being remembered is uncertain, then chasing it becomes exhausting. If approval is unpredictable, then depending on it becomes unstable. The ego does not like this uncertainty. It prefers guarantees. It prefers applause. It prefers to be central in every story. The fear of irrelevance drives many behaviors that appear productive on the surface, working endlessly to prove worth, speaking when silence would be stronger, competing unnecessarily, holding grudges because pride was touched. Even the inability to rest can come from this fear. If you slow down, someone else might outshine you. At night, when external distractions fade, this fear becomes more noticeable. The mind replays moments where you felt overlooked. It revisits times when someone else received credit. It predicts futures where you are replaced or forgotten. This is not random worry. It is the ego trying to secure its place. But here is a deeper truth. Your value does not increase when you are seen, and it does not decrease when you are unnoticed. The ego confuses attention with worth. It believes visibility equals importance. Yet many of the most meaningful acts in life happen quietly. Epictetus taught that we suffer when we attach ourselves to what is not fully ours. Reputation, praise, status, these belong partly to others. They depend on other people's minds, and other people's minds are not within your command. When you build your peace on something that depends on external approval, the mind stays alert. It scans constantly. It compares. It measures. It protects. This constant scanning becomes noise. The ego also fears being ordinary. It wants uniqueness. It wants to stand apart. Yet chasing uniqueness can create pressure. You begin asking whether you are impressive enough, interesting enough, accomplished enough. The comparison never ends because there will always be someone more skilled in some area. This fear often began early. Praise may have been given only for achievement. Attention may have been linked to performance. Over time, the mind learned a simple equation. To matter, I must stand out. That belief then fuels constant striving. There is nothing wrong with growth. There is nothing wrong with ambition. The disturbance begins when your identity depends on it, when your sense of self shrinks during quiet seasons, when rest feels like disappearance. The Stoic path invites a shift. Instead of asking, "How do I stay significant?" it asks, "What is within my character right now?" Character does not need an audience. Integrity does not require applause. Wisdom grows even in silence. When you act according to your values, whether anyone notices or not, something steadier forms inside you. This steadiness weakens the ego's panic, because now worth is rooted internally, not externally. It helps to observe your reactions gently. When you feel irritation at being overlooked, pause and ask what is being threatened. Is it your safety or your image? When you feel the urge to prove yourself, question whether proving is necessary. Often, the urgency fades when examined calmly. Relevance in the eyes of others changes constantly. Today's spotlight becomes tomorrow's memory, but relevance in your own conduct remains available every moment. As this awareness grows, the ego begins to relax. It no longer needs to fight for every ounce of attention. It no longer interprets silence as rejection. It learns that presence does not require performance. And slowly, the mind grows quieter. Not because you erased the ego, but because you understood it. The fear of being irrelevant softens when you realize you were never defined by applause in the first place. In this stillness, something deeper than recognition begins to emerge. A sense of enoughness that does not depend on comparison. A steadiness that remains even when no one is watching. And in that quiet space, the noise loses another layer of power. As the fear of irrelevance begins to loosen, another quiet pattern starts to come into focus. If the ego is afraid of disappearing, it often solves that fear in a very specific way. It creates witnesses. It creates observers. It creates an audience that is always present, even when the room is empty. And now, as the night deepens and the body sinks further into stillness, we gently turn toward that audience. Not the real people in your life, not your friends or co-workers, but the silent crowd that lives inside your own mind. There is a strange experience many people share but rarely talk about. Even when alone, you feel watched. Not physically watched, but mentally evaluated. You replay your actions as if someone is scoring them. You explain your decisions in your head as if presenting them to a jury. You adjust your behavior, even in private, as though someone might be judging. This is the invisible audience. It is built from memories, from past criticisms, from moments of embarrassment, from praise you wanted to repeat. Over time, your mind collects these voices and turns them into a constant background presence. When you think about changing careers, the invisible audience whispers, "What will they think?" When you speak up in a meeting, it asks, "Did that sound intelligent?" When you make a mistake, it comments, "They'll see you differently now." Even when you rest, it questions, "Shouldn't you be doing more?" Notice how exhausting that is. The invisible audience does not sleep. It does not clock out. It reviews your appearance, your productivity, your social standing, your progress. It creates pressure where there may be none in reality. The Stoics were deeply aware of this tendency. They warned against living for reputation rather than character. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that other people's opinions are fleeting, unstable, and outside his control. Yet even he had to repeat that lesson often, because the mind naturally drifts towards social evaluation. Human beings evolved in groups. Being accepted meant survival. Being rejected meant danger. So the brain developed a system that constantly scans for social approval. It asks, am I fitting in? Am I respected? Am I safe within the group? But in the modern world, this system can become overactive. The invisible audience grows larger than it needs to be. It comments on things that carry no real threat. It magnifies small moments into dramatic events. At night, this audience becomes louder. The mind replays the day's conversations. It edits your sentences. It rewrites your tone. It imagines how others interpreted your words. And because you cannot directly control their thoughts, the mind keeps trying to simulate them. This is where inner noise intensifies. Not because anything terrible happened, but because you are trying to manage an audience that may not even exist in the way you imagine. Here is something important to understand. Most people are not thinking about you nearly as much as you believe. They are busy managing their own invisible audiences. They are replaying their own conversations. They are worrying about their own image. When you recognize this, something softens. The spotlight that felt fixed on you begins to fade. The invisible audience also shapes how you judge yourself. You may hesitate to try something new because you picture others watching you fail. You may avoid honesty because you picture disapproval. You may suppress parts of your personality because you imagine negative reactions. But the audience you are responding to is often made of assumptions and memory fragments. It is not a clear, accurate representation of reality. It is a projection. Epictetus taught that we disturb ourselves with our interpretations. The invisible audience is one of those interpretations. It is the mind's attempt to anticipate judgment before it arrives. There is a simple practice that begins to quiet this pattern. When you catch yourself mentally explaining or defending your actions to no one in particular, pause gently. Ask, who am I performing for right now? Do not answer quickly. Let the question hang. Often you will realize there is no one truly present, only habit. Another powerful shift happens when you intentionally act without seeking validation. Do something kind without telling anyone. Rest without announcing productivity. Speak honestly without rehearsing how it will be received. These small actions retrain the mind to rely less on imaginary approval. The invisible audience loses strength when you stop feeding it constant attention. There is also relief in accepting that you cannot control how others perceive you. Even perfect behavior will be interpreted differently by different people. Trying to manage every perspective is impossible, and the attempt alone creates endless tension. When you let go of that responsibility, your nervous system begins to relax. The shoulders drop, the jaw softens. The mind no longer needs to monitor every move. This does not mean ignoring feedback or isolating yourself. It means separating your inner peace from external observation. It means acting according to your values rather than performing for applause. As this understanding settles in, notice how the internal commentary begins to slow. The need to rehearse conversations weakens. The urge to defend yourself internally decreases. You are still visible in the world, but you are no longer trapped under a spotlight inside your own head. And as the invisible audience fades into the background, the mind grows quieter once again. Not because you erased social awareness, but because you placed it in its proper place. In this softer mental space, sleep feels closer. The noise has lost another layer, and you are one step deeper into true inner stillness. As the invisible audience begins to fade and the spotlight inside your head slowly dims, another layer of noise comes forward. Without the pressure of imagined judgment, something else becomes easier to see. The mind does not only create observers, it also craves stimulation. It craves emotional spikes. It becomes used to feeling something strong. And when strong feelings are absent, it grows restless. There is a quiet addiction many people carry without realizing it. Not an addiction to substances, not an addiction to screens, but an addiction to emotional intensity. The rush of anger, the drama of conflict, the high of achievement, the urgency of fear, the excitement of chaos. Strong emotions make you feel alive. They create movement. They give the nervous system something to do. Over time, the body becomes familiar with this heightened state. Calmness, by comparison, can feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. When life becomes steady, the mind sometimes searches for something to react to. It replays an argument. It anticipates a problem. It invents a scenario. It scrolls for outrage. It looks for a spark. This is not weakness. It is conditioning. The brain releases chemicals during intense emotional experiences, adrenaline during stress, dopamine during achievement, cortisol during perceived threat. These chemicals create energy. They sharpen attention. They make the moment feel important. The body learns to associate intensity with meaning. But constant intensity keeps the nervous system in a state of alertness. The heart beats slightly faster. The muscles stay slightly tense. The mind stays slightly on guard, even when nothing urgent is happening. At night, when stimulation drops, the body suddenly feels the absence. Silence feels empty. Stillness feels strange. The mind, used to movement, starts creating its own waves. It searches for something to feel strongly about. The Stoics saw this pattern long before modern neuroscience explained it. They practiced what they called apatheia, not meaning apathy, but freedom from uncontrolled emotional disturbance. They did not aim to eliminate emotion. They aimed to prevent emotion from controlling their peace. Seneca wrote about how anger feels powerful in the moment, but leaves the mind disturbed afterward. He understood that intense emotion often promises strength, but delivers instability. Addiction to emotional intensity can show up in subtle ways. You may feel drawn to arguments, even when they are unnecessary. You may replay upsetting moments long after they are over. You may interpret neutral events as dramatic. You may feel uneasy when things are simply calm. The nervous system becomes used to spikes. Without them, it feels understimulated. But calm is not emptiness. Calm is stability. The challenge is that stability feels quiet, and quiet feels unfamiliar if your system has lived in constant motion. There is a simple way to begin shifting this pattern. Start noticing when your body reacts strongly. Notice the quick tightening in the chest during disagreement. Notice the sudden surge of urgency when something small goes wrong. Notice the impulse to escalate a situation instead of letting it settle. Observation alone begins weakening the habit. When you pause before reacting, you interrupt the cycle. The brain does not receive the same rush. Over time, it learns that not every stimulus needs a dramatic response. Another practice is learning to sit with mild emotions without amplifying them. If irritation arises, let it exist without adding a story. If boredom appears, allow it without reaching for distraction. These moments retrain your system to tolerate lower levels of stimulation. Calm becomes more comfortable through repetition. The Stoics also practiced negative visualization, not to create anxiety, but to build resilience. By calmly considering possible challenges in advance, they reduced the shock when difficulties appeared. This reduced the need for emotional spikes during real events. When you accept that discomfort is part of life, you no longer need to dramatize it. When you accept that not every moment must be exciting, you allow space for peace. Emotional intensity is not the same as depth. True depth is steady. It does not need constant peaks. As the night continues, feel the body resting more heavily. Notice how calm breathing creates a different sensation than excitement or anger. The heart slows, the muscles soften, the mind becomes less reactive. There may still be thoughts, but without emotional fuel, they lose volume. They pass more easily. The addiction to intensity weakens when you discover that peace itself has texture. It has warmth. It has quiet strength. It has a subtle richness that does not demand attention. Over time, you begin preferring steadiness over spikes. You begin valuing clarity over chaos. You begin recognizing that strength is not found in how intensely you feel, but in how calmly you respond. As this understanding settles deeper, the nervous system receives permission to rest. It does not need to search for drama. It does not need to create urgency. It can simply exist in stillness. And in that stillness, another layer of noise fades. The mind no longer chases emotional storms. It learns to remain anchored, even when feelings rise and fall. This is not numbness, it is mastery. And with each steady breath, calm becomes more natural than chaos. As emotional intensity begins to lose its grip, as the nervous system no longer searches for spikes to feel alive, another source of quiet tension starts to show itself. It is softer than anger, quieter than fear, but just as heavy. It is the deep, constant need to be understood. There is a part of you that wants your intentions to be clear, your efforts to be recognized, your heart to be seen accurately. When someone misunderstands you, it can feel like being erased. When your motives are questioned, it can feel unfair. When your silence is misread, it can feel frustrating. And so the mind begins working. It replays conversations. It edits explanations. It prepares better arguments. It imagines future clarifications. Even long after the moment has passed, the internal dialogue continues. This is another form of noise. The need to be understood feels reasonable. It feels justified. After all, who does not want fairness? Who does not want to be seen clearly? But when peace depends on everyone else interpreting you correctly, rest becomes fragile. The Stoics were deeply aware of this. They understood that you cannot fully control how others perceive you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people act based on their own beliefs and limitations. If someone misunderstands you, it often says more about their perspective than about your truth. Yet the ego resists this idea. It wants correction. It wants clarity. It wants the story fixed. When someone forms an opinion about you that feels wrong, the mind reacts quickly. It says, "That is not who I am," and it begins building a case. It gathers evidence. It searches for ways to repair the image. But here is a quiet truth. Even perfect explanations do not guarantee understanding. People filter what they hear through their own experiences, fears, and expectations. Two people can hear the same sentence and interpret it completely differently. Trying to control that interpretation becomes exhausting. At night, this shows up as mental rehearsals. You think of what you should have said. You think of how you could clarify your position. You imagine the moment where they finally understand you. But the moment rarely arrives in the way you imagine. The more you chase understanding from others, the more your peace depends on their agreement. Epictetus taught that some things are within your control and some are not. Your actions are yours. Your words are yours. Your character is yours. But how others interpret those words is not. When you try to manage what is not yours, tension increases. Releasing the need to be understood does not mean becoming silent or detached. It means speaking honestly once, maybe twice if needed, and then allowing the rest to unfold without obsession. It means accepting that clarity does not require universal approval. There is also a deeper layer. Sometimes the need to be understood is connected to the fear of being alone. If no one understands you, it can feel isolating. It can feel like standing in a room where your voice echoes but no one responds. But your identity does not disappear because someone else misreads it. Your truth does not shrink because someone else cannot see it fully. When you root your sense of self in your own integrity rather than in others' perceptions, something steadier forms. You begin to act from alignment rather than from defense. This shift reduces internal noise significantly. The mind no longer feels responsible for correcting every misunderstanding. It no longer needs to justify every choice. It no longer rehearses every explanation before sleep. There is also humility in this release. You may sometimes misunderstand others too. Just as you wish for grace, others are navigating their own filters. Recognizing this softens resentment. When someone fails to see your full intention, pause before reacting. Ask yourself whether correction is truly necessary. Sometimes silence protects more energy than argument. The Stoics practiced indifference toward reputation, not because they did not care, but because they valued inner stability more. They knew that chasing approval often leads to dependence. As the night grows quieter, notice how much lighter it feels when you stop trying to control every narrative about you. The body relaxes, the jaw loosens, the mind slows. You are still allowed to express yourself. You are still allowed to clarify when needed, but you are no longer bound to the outcome. When understanding comes, receive it with gratitude. When it does not, remain steady. Peace grows when you accept that being understood by everyone is impossible, but being aligned with yourself is always available. And as this realization settles in, the mental rehearsals fade. The urge to defend softens. The internal courtroom closes for the night. You do not need universal agreement to rest. You do not need every perception corrected to sleep. You simply need to know that you acted with sincerity. And in that quiet confidence, the noise inside becomes gentler once again. As the need to be understood begins to loosen, as the internal courtroom finally closes for the night, another pattern slowly rises into view. It does not argue about the past. It does not replay conversations. It does not defend identity. It travels forward. It looks ahead. It builds storms out of clouds that have not even formed yet. There is a kind of noise that feels responsible. It feels intelligent. It feels like preparation. But in reality, it is often fear dressed as planning. This is the noise of future catastrophizing. The mind starts with a simple uncertainty, something unclear, something unresolved, and instead of leaving it open, it rushes to complete the picture. But the picture it paints is rarely neutral. It paints loss, it paints failure, it paints embarrassment, it paints rejection. A small question becomes a dramatic outcome. What if I make a mistake? Becomes, what if everything falls apart? What if this doesn't work? Becomes, what if I lose everything? What if they don't respond? Becomes, what if I end up alone? The mind believes it is protecting you by scanning for danger. Long ago, this ability helped humans survive. Anticipating threats meant staying alive. But in modern life, most threats are not immediate. Yet the brain still behaves as if uncertainty equals danger. The Stoics spoke directly to this tendency. Seneca once wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. He understood that fear of what might happen often creates more distress than what actually does happen. Catastrophizing feels urgent. It feels necessary. The mind says, if I think through every worst-case scenario, I'll be prepared. But notice what happens to the body when you do this. The heart tightens. The breathing becomes shallow. The muscles brace. You are reacting physically to events that have not occurred. At night, this pattern grows stronger. The distractions of the day fade. The silence gives space for unfinished concerns to expand. Without interruption, the mind builds detailed scenarios. It plays them like movies. It adds sound. It adds dialogue. It adds emotional intensity. And the nervous system responds as if those events are real. But here is a quiet truth. Most of what you fear never happens, and even when challenges do appear, they rarely unfold exactly as imagined. Reality is often more balanced than prediction. Epictetus taught that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. When you assume that uncertainty automatically leads to disaster, you amplify anxiety. There is a simple shift that begins weakening catastrophizing. Instead of asking, what if this goes wrong? Gently add another question, what if it doesn't? The mind tends to complete the story in the most dramatic direction, but alternative outcomes are just as possible. You can train your thoughts to explore balanced possibilities instead of extreme ones. Another powerful practice is narrowing focus. When the mind leaps months or years ahead, bring it back to the present moment. Ask, what is actually happening right now? Often the answer is simple. You are lying safely in bed. The room is still. Nothing urgent is unfolding. Catastrophizing thrives on distance from the present. It weakens when anchored in what is currently real. The Stoics also practiced accepting uncertainty as part of life. They did not try to eliminate unpredictability. They trained themselves to handle whatever came. This mindset shifts energy away from endless forecasting and toward internal strength. Instead of trying to control every possible future, focus on strengthening your character. Patience, courage, flexibility. These qualities prepare you for many outcomes without requiring detailed predictions. There is also wisdom in recognizing the mind's exaggeration pattern. Notice how quickly it jumps from minor concern to total collapse. That jump is automatic, but it can be interrupted. When you catch a catastrophic thought, slow it down, break it into smaller steps. Ask what evidence truly supports the worst-case outcome. Often, the evidence is thin. The story is dramatic, but the facts are limited. At night, you can practice something gentle. As a fearful scenario forms, imagine it dissolving into mist. Not denying it, not fighting it, just letting it lose clarity. Remind yourself that this is a projection, not a present reality. Your mind is trying to protect you. But protection does not require constant alarm. The body cannot fully rest when it believes disaster is approaching. So by calming the narrative, you calm the nervous system. As you breathe slowly now, feel the difference between real danger and imagined danger. Real danger demands action. Imagined danger demands awareness, and awareness is quiet. The future will unfold on its own timeline. You cannot solve tomorrow tonight. You cannot prevent every possibility by rehearsing it, but you can strengthen your steadiness. You can train your mind to remain balanced in uncertainty. As this understanding settles in, notice how the forward-moving noise begins to soften. The dramatic scenes lose some of their color. The urgency fades. You are here. This moment is safe. The bed supports you. The breath moves steadily. The future does not need to be solved right now. And as that truth sinks deeper into the body, the storm in the distance grows quieter, leaving space for real rest to arrive. As the imagined storms of tomorrow begin to fade into the background, as the mind slowly accepts that not every uncertainty must be solved tonight, something else becomes possible. When fear stops rushing forward, space opens, and in that space you can begin to see what truly matters. Because much of the noise inside is not only about what might go wrong, it is also about what you feel entitled to keep. The comfort you assume will remain, the relationships you expect to last, the routines you believe are permanent. When these feel threatened, anxiety grows. This is where the Stoics practiced something quiet but powerful. They practiced mental subtraction, not to create sadness, not to invite fear, but to train the mind to value what it already has and to reduce panic when change arrives. Mental subtraction is simple in idea, but deep in effect. It is the practice of gently imagining life without something you currently take for granted. A possession, a privilege, a person, even your own abilities. At first, this may sound uncomfortable. Why think about losing what you love? But the purpose is not to dwell in loss. It is to loosen attachment and awaken gratitude. When you assume something will always be there, you stop seeing it clearly. Familiarity creates blindness, but when you pause and consider its absence, appreciation grows. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself regularly that everything in life is temporary, not in a dramatic way, not in despair, but as a reminder to stay humble and attentive. He would reflect on how quickly circumstances change, how even emperors become dust. This reflection did not make him anxious. It made him grounded. When you mentally subtract something, you reduce the shock if it changes. You remind yourself that nothing is guaranteed, and in doing so, you build emotional flexibility. For example, consider your daily routine, the bed you sleep in, the quiet of your room, the ability to breathe easily. These feel ordinary. But if you imagine, even briefly, their absence, your perspective shifts. Suddenly, the present moment feels richer. Mental subtraction also weakens entitlement. When you assume comfort is permanent, small inconveniences feel dramatic. But when you remember that comfort itself is a gift, small disturbances lose intensity. The Stoics believed that practicing voluntary discomfort at times strengthened resilience. Sleeping on a simple surface, eating modest food, not to punish themselves, but to remind the body and mind that they can endure change. This practice reduces fear of loss, because when you know you can survive less, you stop clinging so tightly to more. At night, this mindset creates calm. Instead of obsessing over protecting every outcome, you accept that change is part of life. Instead of fearing every shift, you trust your ability to adapt. Mental subtraction is not about expecting disaster. It is about preparing your character gently. It is about saying, if this changes, I will adjust. This reduces anxiety significantly, because much of anxiety comes from the belief that loss would destroy you. But when you mentally rehearse resilience, you discover strength you already possess. There is also deep gratitude in this practice. When you consider how life would feel without certain blessings, appreciation arises naturally. Gratitude replaces fear. Presence replaces panic. And gratitude quiets the mind. The body responds differently to appreciation than to dread. The breath slows. The muscles soften. The nervous system feels safe. Another important aspect of mental subtraction is clarity. When you strip away assumptions of permanence, you see what truly matters. Status becomes less important. Possessions become lighter. Character becomes central. Epictetus taught that what truly belongs to you is your judgment and your will. Everything else is on loan from life. When you understand this, attachment becomes gentler. You still care, you still love, but you do not cling with desperation. As you lie here tonight, you can practice softly. Think of one simple comfort you usually overlook. Let yourself feel its value. Notice how fragile and precious it is, not to create fear, but to create awareness. This awareness transforms ordinary moments into meaningful ones. When you accept impermanence, you stop fighting it. You stop trying to freeze life in place. You allow it to move naturally. And when life moves naturally, the mind does not resist as strongly. Resistance creates noise. Acceptance creates space. Mental subtraction trains the mind to accept that change is inevitable, but devastation is not. You are stronger than you think, more adaptable than you assume. As this understanding settles in, notice how your grip on outcomes loosens slightly. Notice how the pressure to preserve everything exactly as it is begins to soften. You do not need to hold the world tightly to appreciate it. You can rest in the knowledge that whatever shifts tomorrow, your character remains available to guide you. And in that steady awareness, the inner noise quiets again, because the fear of losing what you have is replaced with gratitude for having it now. The present moment feels fuller, the breath feels steadier, and sleep draws closer, carried on acceptance rather than control. As gratitude begins to settle in, as your grip on permanence softens and the present moment feels fuller, another subtle layer of noise becomes easier to hear. It is not dramatic. It is not emotional. It does not always carry fear. It is constant. It is the quiet voice that comments on everything. From the moment you wake up, it narrates. You're tired. You should be further. That was awkward. This is boring. You're doing well. You're falling behind. It labels. It judges. It compares. It evaluates. This is inner commentary. And when it runs without awareness, it becomes tyranny. Most people assume this voice is simply who they are. They do not question it. They obey it automatically. If the voice says something is embarrassing, they feel shame. If it says something is unfair, they feel anger. If it says something is dangerous, they feel fear. But here is something powerful. The commentary is not the event. It is an addition. There is the moment itself, and then there is the narration layered on top. You spill a drink. That is the event. The voice says, "You're so careless." That is the commentary. Someone forgets to call. That is the event. The voice says, "You're not important." That is the commentary. A challenge appears. That is the event. The voice says, "You can't handle this." That is the commentary. Notice how quickly the voice moves. It rarely pauses. It rarely asks for permission. It fills silence with evaluation. The Stoics understood that suffering often begins at this exact point. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that things are not disturbing by nature. It is our judgments that disturb us. The judgment is the commentary. When commentary becomes automatic and unquestioned, it controls mood. It shapes identity. It creates unnecessary pressure. At night, this voice grows louder. Without distraction, it begins reviewing the day. It critiques performance. It replays mistakes. It anticipates how tomorrow might unfold. It rarely offers quiet neutrality. This constant narration keeps the nervous system slightly alert. It keeps the mind engaged when it could be resting. The tyranny lies not in the presence of thoughts, but in the authority you give them. When the inner voice says, "You are behind in life," it feels like fact. When it says, "You embarrassed yourself," it feels permanent. But these are interpretations, not truths carved in stone. The Stoic practice invites separation, not suppression. Separation. Instead of merging with the commentary, you observe it. You notice the tone. You notice the speed. You notice how often it uses extreme language like always and never. Observation alone weakens control. When you catch the voice saying something harsh, pause gently. Ask, "Is this necessary?" Not aggressively, not critically, just calmly. Often you will discover that the commentary is repetitive. It uses the same phrases. It repeats the same concerns. It amplifies small moments into defining narratives. This repetition is habit, not insight. The mind developed commentary as a survival tool. Evaluating situations helped early humans adapt. But in modern life, constant evaluation becomes draining. Not every moment requires analysis. Not every action requires grading. You can practice softening the commentary by replacing immediate judgment with description. Instead of "this is terrible," try "this is uncomfortable." Instead of "I failed," try "that did not go as planned." Description creates space. Judgment creates tension. Another powerful shift is recognizing that silence between thoughts is possible. The commentary may feel continuous, but there are small gaps, tiny pauses. If you pay attention, you can feel them. Each breath is an anchor. When the narration speeds up, return to the breath. The breath does not comment. It does not compare. It simply moves. The Stoics aimed for inner governance, not elimination of thought, but disciplined thought. They trained themselves to question impulsive interpretations before accepting them. You can do the same gently at night. When the voice criticizes, respond softly with patience. When it exaggerates, answer with balance. Over time, the tone changes. The commentary becomes quieter because it is no longer the unquestioned authority. And here is something important. You are not trying to destroy the voice. It has helped you survive. You are simply reducing its dominance. When commentary softens, experience becomes clearer. You notice sensations without labeling them immediately. You feel emotions without defining yourself by them. You observe moments without turning them into stories. This is freedom from inner tyranny. As you lie here now, notice any commentary still present. Perhaps it is subtle. Perhaps it is already fading. Watch it as you would watch distant traffic. The sound exists, but it does not require participation. With each slow breath, the narration loses urgency. The evaluations become less sharp. The mind begins to rest, not because thoughts disappear entirely, but because they no longer command obedience. Silence is not the absence of thought. It is the absence of domination by thought. And as this understanding settles deeper, another layer of noise dissolves. The inner critic lowers its volume. The mental narrator grows tired. What remains is simple awareness, quiet, steady, unforced. And in that steady space, sleep begins to feel natural. As the inner commentary begins to lose its authority, as the constant narration softens into something quieter and less commanding, another force quietly steps into view. It does not shout like criticism. It does not dramatize like fear. It moves faster than both. It creates pressure. It whispers that everything must be handled now, that decisions cannot wait, that responses must be immediate, that progress must be constant. This is the illusion of urgency. There is a difference between true urgency and imagined urgency. True urgency is rare. It demands action because something immediate is at stake. But imagined urgency feels just as intense, even when nothing critical is unfolding. The body reacts the same way. The heart speeds up, the breath shortens, the muscles tighten, the mind rushes ahead. You may notice this during the day when an email arrives and you feel compelled to answer instantly, when a message goes unanswered and you assume it must be resolved immediately, when a task remains unfinished and you cannot relax until it is complete. The mind says, "Handle this now." But if you pause and examine the situation calmly, you may find that very little truly requires instant action. The Stoics understood this deeply. They trained themselves to respond deliberately rather than react impulsively. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to slow down his impressions. When something appeared urgent, he would question it before moving. Urgency creates a sense of importance. It makes the moment feel dramatic. It convinces you that delay equals danger. But often, urgency is simply discomfort. The discomfort of uncertainty. The discomfort of incompleteness. The discomfort of not knowing the outcome yet. Instead of sitting with that discomfort, the mind tries to eliminate it quickly. At night, this illusion becomes especially loud. You may feel that you must solve tomorrow's problems before sleeping, that you must decide on a course of action right now, that you must prepare for every scenario before morning arrives. But the bed is not a battlefield. It is not a planning room. The pressure to resolve everything before rest is a habit, not a necessity. The Stoics practiced something powerful. They distinguished between what requires immediate response and what can be handled with patience. Most things fell into the second category. Urgency often grows from the belief that delay equals failure, that if you do not act instantly, you are falling behind, that if you do not respond quickly, you will lose control. But control is not strengthened by haste. It is strengthened by clarity. When you act out of urgency, decisions are reactive. When you act from steadiness, decisions are intentional. The illusion of urgency keeps the nervous system in a constant state of activation. It does not allow full rest. It convinces you that peace must wait until everything is completed. But there will always be something incomplete. Life does not pause. Tasks do not disappear permanently. If you link your ability to relax to total completion, you will rarely feel calm. There is also something subtle about urgency. It can feel productive. It can feel responsible. But rushing often reduces quality. It narrows perspective. It limits creativity. Epictetus taught that impressions arrive quickly, but we do not have to accept them immediately. When something feels urgent, you can pause and say, Let me see what this truly is. That pause alone dissolves much of the pressure. Tonight, as you lie here, notice any thoughts that insist on immediate resolution. Perhaps they say, "You need to plan this," or "You should decide that," or "Don't forget to fix this tomorrow." Acknowledge them gently. Then remind yourself that sleep is not avoidance. It is preparation. The mind performs better when rested. Problems appear smaller when viewed with clarity. Urgency fades when you trust that tomorrow will still be available. Very few situations demand that you sacrifice peace in this moment. And if something truly urgent arises, your body will know. It will respond clearly, not with scattered anxiety, but with focused attention. The illusion of urgency is scattered. It jumps from one thought to another. It creates a sense of constant unfinished business. You do not need to finish everything tonight. You do not need to respond to every internal alarm. As you breathe slowly now, feel the difference between pressure and presence. Pressure tightens, presence softens. Let the tasks of tomorrow rest where they belong, in tomorrow. Right now, nothing is chasing you. Nothing is collapsing. Nothing requires immediate fixing. The world continues even when you close your eyes. When you release the illusion of urgency, your nervous system receives permission to power down. The shoulders relax more deeply. The mind stops scanning for the next demand. Calm replaces rush. And in that calm, the space for real rest opens wider. The night no longer feels like a race against time. It becomes what it was meant to be. A quiet pause between days. And as that understanding settles gently into your body, the pressure dissolves once more, leaving behind stillness. As the illusion of urgency fades, as tomorrow is gently placed back into tomorrow, another pattern begins to surface in the quiet. It does not rush forward like panic. It does not demand action like urgency. It circles, it rewinds, it replays. There is a habit the mind has perfected over years without formal training. After a conversation ends, especially one that felt emotional, awkward, or important, the mind presses play again. It reviews tone, it edits words, it rewrites responses, it inserts better comebacks, it searches for mistakes. And when the lights go out at night, the theater opens. You lie still, but the scene begins again. The pause you took before answering, the expression on their face, the sentence you wish you had phrased differently, the comment you should have said, the defense you forgot to offer. This is the habit of replaying conversations. It feels productive at first. The mind tells you it is learning. It says, "Next time you'll do better." But notice what usually happens. Instead of clarity, it creates tension. Instead of growth, it fuels self-criticism. Replaying rarely ends with peace. It often ends with imagined embarrassment or anger. The Stoics warned about this mental looping. They understood that dwelling on what cannot be changed disturbs the soul. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the past is gone and cannot be revised. Only the present response remains within reach. When you replay a conversation, you are trying to regain control over something that has already finished. You are searching for a version of events where you appear stronger, clearer, more impressive. Underneath the replay is often one of three fears: fear of being judged, fear of being misunderstood, fear of not being enough. The mind thinks that if it analyzes the event deeply enough, it can erase discomfort. But analysis does not alter reality. It only strengthens the emotional imprint. There is also something biological happening. Social interactions activate areas of the brain connected to belonging and safety. When something feels off, the brain flags it as important. It wants to review it, to prevent future social risk. But in modern life, not every awkward pause equals danger. Not every imperfect sentence threatens connection. The replay exaggerates importance. At night, when external distractions fade, the brain has room to reopen these files. Without interruption, it loops them. The body responds as if the moment is happening again. The stomach tightens, the heart shifts slightly. You are reliving a finished scene. Here is a powerful realization. Most people are not replaying your words as much as you are. They are replaying their own. Just as you carry your invisible audience, they carry theirs. When you recognize this, the intensity softens. The Stoic approach to this habit is simple but not easy. Focus on what was within your control. Did you speak honestly? Did you act with intention? Did you avoid unnecessary harm? If yes, the rest is outside your command. If something truly needs repair, you can address it calmly tomorrow. But rehearsing it endlessly tonight will not improve the outcome. There is also strength in allowing imperfection. Conversations are human. Humans pause. Humans misspeak. Humans think of better responses later. This is natural. When you demand flawless interaction, you create constant pressure. But when you accept that dialogue is messy, the mind relaxes. A gentle practice can help interrupt the loop. When a replay begins, acknowledge it without resistance. Then shift attention to something physical. The weight of your body against the mattress, the rhythm of your breathing, the quiet hum of the room. The body exists in the present. The replay exists in memory. By returning to sensation, you ground yourself in what is real now. Another helpful shift is reframing. Instead of asking, "Why did I say that?" ask, "What did I learn?" Keep it brief. One insight. Then close the file. Do not reopen it. The Stoics believed in evening reflection, but not in self-torment. They reviewed the day calmly, corrected what was necessary, and then released it. Release is a skill. You do not need to relive the scene to grow from it. Growth can happen in a single clear thought, not in endless repetition. As you lie here now, notice if any conversation tries to rise. Let it appear without resistance. Then gently remind yourself, the moment is finished. Nothing can be added to it tonight. Feel the finality of that truth. Not heavy, not dramatic, simply complete. The mind may try once more to rewind, but you are not required to press play. With each slow breath, the volume lowers, the images fade, the theater dims. You are no longer on stage. The scene has ended, and in this quiet acceptance, another layer of noise dissolves. What remains is simple presence. The bed beneath you, the steady breath, the night holding everything gently in place. There is nothing left to revise, nothing left to rehearse, only rest. As the last conversation fades into silence, as the theater inside your mind finally goes dark, something even older may begin to stir. Not a scene from today, not a worry about tomorrow. Something much further back. Sometimes the noise inside is not coming from this week or this year. It carries an older tone, a familiar ache, a reaction that feels stronger than the situation seems to require. These are emotional echoes from childhood. They do not arrive as clear memories most of the time. They arrive as reactions, as sensitivity, as defensiveness, as withdrawal, as sudden fear of rejection, as a need to please, as a discomfort with conflict. The present moment touches something old, and the old feeling responds. When someone raises their voice slightly, your body tightens more than necessary. When someone seems distant, you feel a deeper sting than the situation explains. When you make a small mistake, the shame feels heavier than the mistake deserves. This is not weakness, it is memory stored in the nervous system. As children, we learned how to survive emotionally. If love felt conditional, we learned to perform. If attention was scarce, we learned to seek approval. If criticism was common, we learned to defend or shrink. Those strategies were intelligent at the time. They protected you, they helped you adapt, but they may still be active long after the original environment has changed. The Stoics did not speak directly in modern psychological language, but they understood that impressions formed early can shape reactions later. They believed that unexamined judgments continue influencing the soul until brought into awareness. When you feel a reaction that seems larger than the present event, pause gently. Ask yourself, is this feeling about now, or does it feel older? Often, you will sense that it carries history. At night, when the mind slows down, these older feelings sometimes rise because they were never fully processed. They were stored, not resolved. The child inside you learned to cope, not to fully understand. Emotional echoes are not always dramatic memories. They can be subtle patterns. A fear of disappointing others, a need to control situations, a habit of self-criticism, a discomfort with vulnerability. These patterns formed when your understanding of the world was still developing. A child interprets events personally. If a parent is distant, the child may assume it is their fault. If praise is rare, the child may assume they are not enough. Those assumptions can quietly travel into adulthood. The mind may forget the original moment, but the body remembers the feeling. This is why certain situations trigger strong reactions, even when logic says they are small. The present touches the past. The goal tonight is not to relive childhood. It is not to reopen wounds. It is simply to notice when an echo is speaking. When you feel an old pattern rising, respond with gentleness instead of judgment. That reaction once kept you safe. It deserves understanding, not criticism. The Stoics emphasized compassion toward oneself through rational clarity. When you understand the origin of a reaction, it becomes easier to manage. You stop identifying with it completely. You begin seeing it as a learned response rather than your true identity. There is strength in recognizing that your reactions are not random. They are shaped. And what is shaped can be reshaped. You can speak to yourself differently than you were spoken to. You can offer patience where there was pressure. You can allow mistakes where there was once fear. As you lie here tonight, notice any old feelings that gently surface. You do not need to analyze them deeply. Simply acknowledge them. Say quietly, "I see you." This acknowledgement often reduces their intensity. When emotions feel ignored, they grow louder. When they feel seen, they soften. You are not the child who first felt those emotions. You are the adult who can now hold them with steadiness. The past shaped you, but it does not control you. As this understanding settles in, the emotional charge decreases, the echo fades, the reaction loses urgency. You begin separating present reality from past memory. The body relaxes further because it realizes it is not in the old environment anymore. It is here, in this quiet room, in this safe moment. And as the distance between then and now becomes clearer, the noise inside grows softer once again. Old echoes do not need to be silenced forcefully. They need to be understood gently. With each calm breath, the past loosens its grip. And what remains is the steady awareness of this moment, free from old alarms, free from old fear, just the quiet rhythm of breath, and the night holding you without judgment. As the old emotional echoes begin to soften, as the past slowly loosens its grip on the present, something powerful becomes possible. You begin to see that not every feeling demands action, not every trigger requires movement, not every spark must become a fire. And this is where one of the deepest Stoic skills quietly enters the room. The art of not reacting internally. Most people believe reaction only means what you say or do outwardly, but there is another layer. A reaction that happens before words, before movement. A reaction inside. Someone says something sharp, and your body tightens. Something goes wrong, and your chest contracts. A message is ignored, and irritation rises instantly. Even if you remain silent on the outside, inside there is a surge, a judgment, a wave, a spark. The Stoics understood that true mastery begins here, not in controlling your face, not in forcing a calm tone, but in shaping your inner response before it grows. Marcus Aurelius practiced catching his impressions early. When something happened, he would pause before labeling it good or bad. He trained himself to see events as neutral facts before adding interpretation. This pause is everything. Between event and reaction, there is a space. That space is small at first, almost invisible, but with awareness, it grows. Without that space, reaction feels automatic. Someone criticizes you and anger rises instantly. Something delays your plans and frustration takes over. A small inconvenience becomes a large emotional shift. But when you cultivate that inner pause, the emotional wave slows. The art of not reacting internally is not suppression. It is not pretending you feel nothing. It is allowing the first spark to exist without feeding it. Imagine a single drop of water hitting a calm lake. If the surface is steady, the ripple is small. If the surface is already disturbed, the ripple expands. Your mind can become that steady lake. When something triggers you, instead of immediately saying, "This is unfair," or "This is terrible," you silently observe the sensation. You notice the tightening. You notice the warmth of irritation. You notice the quickened breath, and you do nothing. That nothing is strength. Epictetus taught that impressions arrive uninvited. You cannot stop the first feeling from appearing, but you can decide whether to agree with it. That agreement is where reaction grows. If the mind says, "They disrespected me," and you instantly believe it, anger expands. But if you pause and question, "Is that fully true?" the emotion slows. The Stoic art lies in that questioning. It asks, "Is this within my control?" It asks, "Is this worth disturbing my peace?" It asks, "What would calm strength look like right now?" Most internal reactions are quick and exaggerated. They assume intent. They predict consequences. They attach meaning instantly. But when you train yourself to respond slowly, something shifts. You no longer feel pulled by every stimulus. This practice changes your nights as well. When a memory surfaces, you do not need to react emotionally to it. When a worry appears, you do not need to amplify it. When a feeling rises, you can let it pass without judgment. Not reacting internally creates space between thought and identity. You are not the anger. You are not the fear. You are not the irritation. You are the awareness observing them. The more you practice this, the more stable your inner world becomes. Small events lose their power to shake you. Delays feel manageable. Criticism feels less personal. This does not make you cold, it makes you steady. And steadiness is peaceful. As you lie here now, notice any small sensation in the body. Perhaps a thought tries to provoke you. Perhaps a memory carries a slight emotional charge. Instead of pushing it away, simply watch it. Let it rise. Let it peak. Let it fall. Emotions move like waves when you do not grab them. The Stoics believe that peace is preserved not by controlling the world, but by mastering inner judgment. Every time you choose not to react internally, you strengthen that mastery. You teach the nervous system that not every signal requires alarm. Over time, your baseline state becomes calmer. The mind becomes less dramatic. The body remains relaxed longer. This is not achieved overnight. It is practiced gently, moment by moment. And tonight, as the body grows heavier and the breath grows softer, you are practicing it right now. You are allowing thoughts to appear without escalation. You are allowing feelings to pass without attachment. You are choosing steadiness over impulse. The art of not reacting internally is the foundation of inner silence, because when reaction fades, noise fades with it. And in that quiet strength, rest becomes natural. As you begin to master the art of not reacting internally, as the first spark no longer turns into immediate fire, something even more refined becomes possible. It is not just about stopping reaction. It is about slowing meaning. Most of the noise inside does not come from events. It comes from what you decide those events mean, and the mind decides quickly, almost instantly. A look becomes rejection. Silence becomes disrespect. Delay becomes failure. Change becomes danger. This speed feels natural, but speed is not clarity. The Stoics understood that interpretation is powerful. They knew that once you label something as bad, your body reacts. Once you call something unfair, anger rises. Once you name something threatening, fear begins moving through you. So they practiced something subtle but transformative. They delayed interpretation. When something happened, they did not rush to define it. They paused. They let the raw fact exist without story. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to strip events down to their bare reality. Not, "This is a disaster," but "This is a setback." Not, "They insulted me," but "They spoke words." That pause between event and meaning creates space, and in that space, peace has room to breathe. Most internal suffering begins in interpretation, not in the event itself. Imagine someone walks past you without greeting. The mind instantly supplies meaning. They ignored me. From that meaning, emotion follows. Irritation, hurt, doubt. But what if you delayed that interpretation? What if instead of deciding, you simply noted, "They did not greet me"? That is a fact. No story, no conclusion. In that delay, other possibilities exist. Maybe they were distracted. Maybe they were tired. Maybe they did not see you. When you rush interpretation, you narrow reality. When you delay it, you expand it. The quiet power of delayed interpretation is that it reduces unnecessary emotional storms. It weakens the automatic link between event and reaction. At night, this practice becomes especially important. When the mind reviews the day, it often reinterprets events with harsher tones. A neutral moment becomes embarrassing. A small mistake becomes a sign of incompetence, but interpretation is flexible. It is not fixed. Epictetus taught that impressions arrive, but we have the ability to say, "Wait." That single word is powerful. Wait before deciding what this means. Wait before assuming the worst. Wait before labeling yourself or others. This delay is not denial, it is discipline. When you delay interpretation, you allow emotion to settle before assigning meaning. Strong feelings distort perspective. Calm feelings clarify it. For example, after receiving criticism, the immediate interpretation might be, "I am not good enough." But if you delay that conclusion and return to it later with steadiness, you might see it as useful feedback, or as a difference in perspective, or even as irrelevant. Meaning changes depending on your state of mind. By delaying interpretation, you prevent temporary emotion from creating permanent conclusions. There is also humility in this practice. It acknowledges that your first thought is not always accurate, that your mind, while intelligent, can jump to conclusions. The Stoics valued rational clarity over emotional speed. They understood that quick judgments often create long-lasting disturbance. As you lie here tonight, notice how quickly the mind tries to assign meaning to small thoughts. If a worry arises, it may instantly label tomorrow as problematic. If a memory appears, it may instantly define it as failure. Instead of accepting the label, let it float. Do not confirm it. Do not deny it. Just leave it undecided. Uncertainty can be peaceful when you allow it. It is interpretation that often creates tension. When you delay meaning, you protect your peace. You prevent the mind from building unnecessary stories. You may begin to notice how many daily disturbances are built on immediate assumptions about what something means. By slowing that process, you reduce the emotional weight of ordinary events. This quiet power creates resilience. You become less reactive because you are less certain in your first interpretation. You allow space for nuance, for complexity, for patience. And patience is deeply calming. As the breath slows now, feel the difference between raw experience and the story about it. The breath itself does not need interpretation, it simply moves. The night does not require labeling, it simply exists. In this simple presence, the need to define everything fades. You do not need to decide what every moment means tonight. You can let it be unfinished, unlabeled, undisturbed. And in that delay, the mind grows quieter once more. Because without instant interpretation, there is less to react to, less to fear, less to defend. There is only experience. And experience without immediate story is calm. As you begin to delay interpretation, as you allow events to exist without rushing to define them, another deeper current becomes visible. Beneath reaction, beneath meaning, beneath urgency. There is a constant movement inside the mind that rarely rests. It wants to manage everything. It wants to predict, adjust, secure, and prevent.
It wants control.
The mind's obsession with control is one of the loudest sources of inner noise. Not because control itself is wrong, but because the desire for it quietly expands beyond what is possible. You plan conversations to avoid misunderstanding. You rehearse outcomes to avoid disappointment. You analyze situations to avoid mistakes. You anticipate problems to avoid surprise. At first glance, this feels responsible, wise even, but there is a thin line between preparation and obsession. Control becomes exhausting when it extends to things that were never yours to manage. The Stoics were deeply clear about this distinction. They divided life into two categories: what is within your control and what is not. Your thoughts, your actions, your choices. These belong to you. Other people's opinions, outcomes, timing, external events, these do not. The noise begins when those lines blur. When you try to control how others feel about you. When you try to control how events unfold. When you try to control every possible outcome before it arrives. The mind believes that if it tightens enough, nothing will go wrong. But life does not respond to tightening. It moves according to forces beyond individual will. At night, this obsession often becomes more visible. The mind runs through scenarios. It tries to anticipate every variable. It searches for ways to guarantee safety. But safety built on total control is fragile, because total control is impossible. The need for control is often rooted in fear. Fear of uncertainty, fear of failure, fear of loss. The mind believes that control is the solution to fear, but the more it tries to grip, the more tension it creates. Imagine holding sand tightly in your fist. The tighter you squeeze, the more it slips away. Control works the same way. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that the universe unfolds according to its own nature. He focused not on bending reality, but on aligning his response with it. There is deep freedom in recognizing what you cannot control, not as defeat, but as clarity. When you release the need to control outcomes, you reduce anxiety. When you accept that other people's reactions are not yours to manage, you reduce tension. When you trust that you can adapt to change, you reduce fear. Control often disguises itself as responsibility, but true responsibility lies in your character, not in orchestrating every external detail. Notice how your body feels when you try to control everything. The shoulders lift slightly, the jaw tightens, the breath shortens. Now notice how it feels to let one small thing go, to accept that it will unfold on its own timeline. The muscles soften, the breath deepens. The Stoics practiced voluntary surrender to what they called fate, not as passive resignation, but as active acceptance. They understood that resistance to reality creates suffering. Alignment with reality creates peace. This does not mean you stop acting. It means you act within your circle of influence and release what lies outside it. For example, you can prepare for a conversation, but you cannot control how the other person responds. You can work diligently, but you cannot control every outcome. You can express care, but you cannot force someone to understand. When you accept this, your effort becomes cleaner. It is not tangled in anxiety. It is not driven by desperation. At night, the obsession with control often shows up as problem-solving. The mind thinks, if I think about this enough, I can prevent tomorrow's difficulties. But thinking endlessly does not guarantee control. It often only increases fatigue. The bed is not a control center. It is a place for release. Right now, nothing demands your management. The world continues without your supervision. The future unfolds without your constant monitoring. You can trust yourself to respond when necessary. That trust weakens the obsession. When you understand that you can handle what comes, you do not need to control every detail before it arrives. The mind relaxes when it realizes it does not have to hold the entire world together. As you lie here now, gently notice anything you are trying to manage internally. A situation, a person, an outcome. Let it rest for the night, not forever, just for now. Feel how the body responds when you loosen the grip. Control tightens, acceptance softens, and in that softness, the noise lowers again. Because peace does not come from controlling everything. It comes from mastering your response and allowing the rest to unfold. The mind can finally step back, and when it steps back, quiet enters naturally. As the grip of control begins to loosen, as you slowly accept that not everything must be managed by force, another subtle disturbance becomes easier to notice. It does not shout. It hums. It interferes quietly with your peace. It measures, It compares. It calculates where you stand. Comparison creates a kind of mental static. It does not always feel dramatic like fear or anger. It feels constant, like background noise that never fully switches off. You see someone succeed, and the mind whispers, "You should be further." You see someone resting confidently, and the mind says, "You're not doing enough." You see someone admired, and the mind asks, "Why not you?" The comparison may be subtle, but the body reacts. A small contraction, a slight heaviness, a quiet dissatisfaction. The Stoics understood that peace depends on internal standards, not external rankings. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that each person has a different path, shaped by circumstances and time. To measure yourself against someone else's journey is to misunderstand your own. Comparison assumes that life is a single race with identical lanes, but life is not arranged that way. People begin at different starting points. They carry different burdens. They move through different seasons. When you compare, you reduce your experience to a scoreboard. You ignore context. You ignore complexity. You ignore the unseen parts of other people's stories, and the mind becomes restless. Comparison also shifts focus away from growth and toward status. Instead of asking, "Am I aligned with my values?" the mind asks, "Am I ahead of them?" This shift creates constant tension, because there will always be someone further in some area, always someone stronger, richer, more visible, more recognized. The mind then builds a narrative around lack. It says, "You are behind," and that story fuels dissatisfaction. At night, comparison can replay quietly. The mind reviews social interactions. It measures your achievements against others. It evaluates your progress in invisible competition. This creates mental static because the standard keeps moving. There is no fixed finish line. Epictetus taught that your task is to focus on what is yours to develop, your judgment, your character, your effort. When attention shifts outward toward comparison, your inner stability weakens. There is also something deceptive about comparison. You often compare your internal struggles to someone else's external presentation. You see their highlight, but you feel your full reality. This imbalance creates unfair judgment. The Stoics practiced gratitude and self-examination instead of comparison. They asked, "Did I act with integrity today?" Not, "Did I outperform someone else?" When you anchor your peace in personal growth rather than relative position, the noise reduces. Comparison thrives on scarcity thinking, the idea that someone else's success reduces your worth. But worth is not a limited resource. It does not decrease when someone else shines. Your value is not a ranking. When you recognize this, your nervous system relaxes. The tightness in the chest softens. The mental scoreboard fades slightly. There is freedom in celebrating others without measuring yourself against them. There is calm in focusing on your own path without constant cross-reference. Comparison also often hides deeper fears. Fear of being left behind. Fear of not being enough. Fear of invisibility. But those fears lose strength when you return to internal measures of progress. Ask yourself gently, am I learning? Am I growing in patience? Am I acting according to my values? These questions create clarity without competition. The Stoics believed that excellence is personal. It is about refining your character, not surpassing someone else. As you lie here now, notice any quiet comparison that tries to surface. Perhaps it references career, relationships, appearance, status. Let it appear without feeding it. Remind yourself that paths are different, timelines are different, contexts are different. Your journey is not delayed because someone else moves quickly. Mental static fades when you stop tuning into external frequencies. Turn inward instead. Notice your breath. Notice your effort. Notice your progress, however small. Comparison loses power when attention returns home. And as that shift happens, the humming noise grows quieter. There is no race in this room tonight. No scoreboard, no ranking. Only you, your breath, your steady presence. And in that steady presence, the mind becomes clearer. The static dissolves, and once again, silence moves closer. As comparison begins to quiet, as the mental scoreboard slowly fades into the background, another deeper layer comes into view. If you are no longer measuring yourself against others, then how do you measure yourself at all? For many people, the answer is simple. Productivity. How much you accomplished. How much you finished. How much you produced.
And without realizing it, identity slowly fuses with output.
The false identity built on productivity is one of the most socially rewarded illusions. It is praised. It is admired. It is encouraged from an early age. You are asked what you want to become. You are congratulated for achievements. You are evaluated based on results. Over time, the mind forms a quiet equation. I am what I produce. When tasks are completed, you feel worthy. When progress slows, you feel uneasy. When rest appears, guilt follows closely behind. This is not ambition. It is attachment. The Stoics valued action, but they did not confuse action with identity. Marcus Aurelius was an emperor, yet he constantly reminded himself that titles are temporary. Roles change, positions shift. What remains is character. When identity is built entirely on productivity, peace becomes conditional. You are allowed to relax only after everything is done, but everything is never fully done. There is always another task, another goal, another standard. At night, this false identity becomes especially loud. You lie down, but the mind reviews the checklist. It asks, did you do enough? It suggests, you could have worked harder. It whispers, tomorrow must be more efficient. Rest feels like delay. But productivity is not the same as worth. The body is not a machine. The mind is not a factory. Yet, when identity is fused with output, you begin treating yourself like one. The Stoics understood something subtle. Effort is within your control. Outcome is not. Character is within your control. Recognition is not. When you focus only on productivity, you tie your sense of self to outcomes, and outcomes fluctuate. There are seasons of growth and seasons of pause, seasons of expansion and seasons of stillness. If your identity depends on constant movement, stillness feels threatening. But stillness is not failure, it is integration. A tree does not grow visibly every moment, yet growth continues beneath the surface. Roots deepen quietly. Stability forms unseen. You are not less valuable when you are resting. There is also something deceptive about productivity culture. It often ignores emotional health. It overlooks presence. It undervalues patience. The Stoics believed that virtue, not busyness, defines a good life. Courage, temperance, wisdom, justice. These qualities are not measured in tasks completed. They are measured in how you show up. If you worked all day but acted with integrity, that matters. If you accomplished little but practiced patience, that matters. Identity anchored in productivity creates constant pressure. Identity anchored in character creates steadiness. As you lie here tonight, notice any subtle guilt about resting. Notice any thought that suggests you must earn sleep. You do not earn rest. Rest is necessary. Your worth is not a reward for performance. When you detach identity from productivity, something softens. The breath deepens, the shoulders relax, the inner critic loses leverage. You can still pursue goals, you can still strive for excellence, but striving no longer defines your value. There is deep freedom in saying, "I am enough even when I am still." The false identity dissolves slowly. It weakens each time you choose presence over pressure.
Tonight, productivity is irrelevant. There is nothing to complete, nothing to achieve, nothing to optimize.
You are not a project. You are a living being allowed to rest. As that truth settles into your body, the tension around performance eases. The mind no longer scans for unfinished tasks. The need to prove something fades slightly.
And in that fading, quiet grows.
Because when you stop measuring yourself by output, the internal pressure decreases. There is no scoreboard here, no deadlines, no metrics, only breath, only stillness, only the steady reminder that your value was never tied to how much you did. It was always rooted in who you are. And who you are does not need to perform to be at peace. As the pressure of productivity begins to loosen, as you realize that your worth is not measured by output, another quiet habit starts to reveal itself. It is not about doing more. It is about preparing to be accepted. There is a subtle mental rehearsal many people perform throughout the day without noticing. Before speaking, you test the sentence in your head. Before sending a message, you rewrite it multiple times. Before entering a room, you predict how you will appear. You shape yourself internally before the moment even begins. This is the rehearsal for approval. It feels careful. It feels wise. It feels like social intelligence. But when it becomes constant, it creates strain. The mind asks, will this sound good enough? Will they agree? Will I seem confident? Will they like this version of me? And before the interaction even happens, you are already performing. The Stoics warned against living for applause. They understood that when your peace depends on others' approval, your mind becomes a stage. Every thought is prepared for an audience. Every action is adjusted for reaction. This constant rehearsal keeps the nervous system slightly alert. You are not fully present. You are slightly ahead, predicting response. At night, this pattern continues. The mind replays interactions not just to correct mistakes, but to refine image. It imagines future conversations where you finally say the perfect line. It crafts scenarios where you are admired, understood, praised. Underneath it all is a simple desire to belong, to be valued, to be accepted. There is nothing wrong with that desire. It is human. But when acceptance becomes something you must engineer through constant mental rehearsal, rest becomes difficult. Approval cannot be fully controlled. No matter how carefully you prepare, people will interpret you through their own lenses. Epictetus taught that trying to control others' opinions traps you in dependence. You become tied to reactions you cannot manage. Mental rehearsal for approval often begins early in life. If acceptance felt conditional, you learned to adjust. If praise felt rare, you learned to optimize behavior. Over time, preparation became habit. But habit does not mean necessity. There is strength in speaking without perfect rehearsal. There is freedom in allowing yourself to be seen without polishing every word internally. This does not mean carelessness. It means authenticity. When you release the need to pre-edit yourself constantly, your body relaxes. You are no longer calculating every possible reaction. You are simply present. The Stoics practiced sincerity over performance. They focused on alignment with virtue rather than alignment with approval. If they acted justly and honestly, they accepted whatever response followed. At night, as you lie here, notice if your mind tries to prepare for tomorrow's interactions. Notice if it is crafting better lines, softer tones, stronger defenses. Gently remind yourself that tomorrow will unfold in its own rhythm. You do not need a script. Real connection does not come from perfect rehearsal. It comes from grounded presence. When you allow yourself to speak naturally, without constant internal editing, you create space for genuine exchange. Approval may come, it may not, but your peace no longer depends on it. As this realization settles in, the tension around future conversations begins to soften. The need to polish every thought fades. You're allowed to show up imperfectly.
You are allowed to speak without over-preparing.
You are allowed to exist without constant performance. The mind grows quieter when it stops staging every interaction in advance. There is no audience in this room tonight. No one evaluating your silence. No one judging your rest. Only breath. Only stillness. And as you release the rehearsal, the body sinks deeper into the bed. Approval is uncertain, but your integrity is steady. And integrity does not require rehearsal. It simply requires presence. As the rehearsal for approval begins to dissolve, as the stage lights inside your mind slowly dim, something else becomes possible. If you are no longer performing, if you are no longer over-preparing, then what do you do with the thoughts that still appear? Because even when you stop reacting, even when you stop explaining, even when you stop rehearsing, thoughts still arise. And this is where another quiet Stoic skill becomes powerful: the practice of allowing thoughts to decay. Most people treat thoughts like instructions. If a thought appears, it must be followed. If a worry arises, it must be solved. If a memory surfaces, it must be analyzed. But thoughts are not commands. They are events. They rise, they peak, they fade.
Unless you feed them.
The Stoics understood that impressions are temporary. Epictetus described them as visitors knocking at the door of the mind. You do not have to invite every visitor inside for a long conversation. You can acknowledge them and let them pass. Thought decay is the art of doing exactly that. When a thought appears, you do not argue with it. You do not suppress it. You do not expand it. You simply allow it to exist without engagement. And without engagement, it weakens. Think about how a fire behaves. A spark lands on dry wood, and if you add fuel, it grows. If you leave it untouched, it fades on its own. Thoughts work the same way. When the mind says, "What if something goes wrong tomorrow?" and you immediately begin building scenarios, the thought gains strength. But if you simply notice it and return to the breath, the thought loses energy. This is not avoidance. It is discipline. The body responds to engagement. When you follow a thought emotionally, your nervous system activates. When you observe it calmly, the body remains steady. At night, this practice becomes especially important. The silence of the room allows thoughts to appear more clearly. Without distraction, they rise one after another. The mind may present worries. It may present memories. It may present random fragments of the day. Instead of chasing them, let them decay naturally. Notice how each thought has a lifespan. It appears, lingers briefly,
and if not reinforced, it dissolves. Most people never see this decay because they immediately attach to the thought. They analyze it, judge it, or resist it. But when you practice non-engagement, you begin to witness the natural fading process. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that thoughts are within his power to examine or dismiss. He did not attempt to erase them forcibly. He simply refused to let them dominate. Thought decay builds patience. It teaches the mind that not every mental movement requires action. It strengthens the space between awareness and impulse. There is a quiet confidence in knowing that a thought can pass without being solved. You do not need to answer every question tonight. You do not need to correct every memory. You do not need to defend against every imagined scenario. Let the thoughts weaken on their own. As you lie here now, you may notice a thought forming. Watch it without leaning into it. Feel how it tries to invite attention. And then, gently, let your focus return to your breathing. The thought may try again. That is natural. But each time you refuse to fuel it, it shortens its lifespan. Over time, the mind becomes less frantic. It learns that it does not have to produce constant content to keep you safe. This practice is deeply calming because it removes the sense of obligation toward every mental whisper. You are not responsible for entertaining every idea your brain generates. You are only responsible for choosing which ones deserve energy. Thought decay is not dramatic. It is quiet, subtle, almost invisible. But its effects are powerful. The more you practice it, the more you experience mental silence between thoughts. Those gaps grow slightly longer, slightly deeper, and in those gaps, peace expands. The mind does not need to be empty to be calm. It only needs to be unengaged with unnecessary noise. As your breathing steadies further, feel the gentle fading of each mental ripple. Notice how even strong thoughts, if left alone, begin to soften. They do not last forever. Nothing in the mind does, and in trusting that natural decay, you allow yourself to rest. No struggle, no resistance, no chasing, just watching, and letting the mind quiet itself. As thoughts begin to decay on their own, as you learn not to chase every whisper in the mind, another quieter tension may begin to reveal itself. It is not loud like fear. It is not sharp like anger. It is not dramatic like urgency. It is subtle. It sounds responsible. It sounds virtuous. It says, "You should have done better. You should be more patient. You should not have reacted that way. You must always be good." This is the noise of moral perfectionism. It is the belief that you must always respond flawlessly, that your character must be consistent at every moment, that any mistake is a sign of failure. At first glance, this may seem noble, wanting to be good, wanting to improve, wanting to act with integrity. These are beautiful intentions, but perfectionism distorts them. Instead of guiding growth gently, it demands purity. It turns self-reflection into self-judgment. It turns small errors into heavy guilt. The Stoics valued virtue deeply, but they did not demand instant moral perfection. They understood that growth is gradual, that character is shaped over time through practice, not through harsh self-condemnation. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that he would fail, that he would become irritated, that he would fall short. And instead of condemning himself endlessly, he would return to practice. Moral perfectionism creates mental noise because it never allows rest. You lie down at night and review the day. You replay moments where you were impatient, where you judged someone, where you hesitated, and instead of learning gently, the mind begins punishing. You should know better. You've made no progress. You ruined that moment. Notice the tone. It is rigid. It is unforgiving. The nervous system tightens under that tone. The body contracts. The breath becomes shallow. But growth does not require punishment. It requires awareness. There is a difference between recognizing a mistake and identifying with it. The Stoic practice of self-examination was calm and rational. They asked themselves what they could improve, not to shame themselves, but to refine their conduct. Moral perfectionism confuses being imperfect with being unworthy. It forgets that wisdom grows through experience. It forgets that self-control is strengthened through repeated effort, not through instant mastery. It also ignores context. You may have reacted strongly because you were tired. You may have spoken sharply because you were overwhelmed. Understanding context does not excuse behavior, but it allows compassion. Without compassion, reflection becomes noise. The mind keeps replaying the same moment, not to improve, but to punish. This punishment does not create better character. It creates exhaustion. The Stoics believed in discipline, but they also believed in reason. Reason sees mistakes clearly without exaggeration. It says, that could have been handled better, and then it moves forward. Perfectionism says, you always ruin things. That is exaggeration. That is distortion. As you lie here tonight, notice if any moral judgments arise. Notice if the mind tries to measure your entire identity by one action. Gently separate the behavior from the self. You made a mistake. That does not make you a mistake. You lost patience. That does not erase your growth. Character is built through correction, not condemnation. When you allow yourself to be human, the pressure decreases. The internal critic softens. The need to achieve moral purity fades. You can aim for virtue without demanding flawlessness. This shift is deeply calming because perfection is endless, but progress is steady. The mind grows quieter when it no longer has to defend against harsh self-judgment. You are allowed to improve without hating yourself along the way. The Stoics sought excellence in character, but they accepted their humanity. They returned to practice daily.
Tonight, there is nothing to correct, nothing to prove, nothing to perfect.
You can acknowledge the day gently, learn from it softly, and then let it go. Moral perfectionism loses power when you replace judgment with steady commitment. Commitment to grow, commitment to reflect, commitment to try again tomorrow. That is enough. As that understanding settles in, the noise lowers once more, the body relaxes, the breath deepens. There is no moral scoreboard here tonight, no final evaluation, only the quiet acceptance that growth is a process, and process allows rest. As the harsh voice of moral perfectionism begins to soften, as you allow yourself to be human instead of flawless, another quieter ache may rise in the silence. It does not criticize what you did wrong. It questions what you have not yet done. It asks, what if you never become who you could be? It whispers, you are running out of time. It nudges, there is more inside you, and you are not using it. This is the anxiety of unlived potential. It is not about failure. It is about possibility. And possibility, when left undefined, can feel heavy. You may lie awake thinking about the talents you never explored, the risks you did not take, the version of yourself you imagined years ago, the life that might have unfolded differently. There is a quiet tension in wondering whether you are wasting your gifts. This anxiety often hides beneath ambition. It fuels drive, it pushes effort. But at night, when movement stops, it can feel like pressure. The mind compares your present life to an imagined ideal, a more successful version, a more courageous version, a more fulfilled version, and in that comparison, rest feels undeserved. The Stoics approached potential differently. They focused on what is available in the present moment rather than on imagined future greatness. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the only life you truly possess is the one unfolding now. Unlived potential is a projection. It lives in the future. It is built from imagination. When you think about who you could have been, you are comparing reality to fantasy. But fantasy is always smoother, more dramatic, more impressive. Reality is gradual, uneven, complex. The anxiety grows when you believe that potential must be fully realized to justify your existence. But existence does not require maximum achievement. You are not a project to complete. The idea of potential often assumes a single path, as if there were one perfect version of your life and anything else is less. But life does not unfold in a single straight line. It branches, it adapts, it changes direction. Every choice closes some doors and opens others. That is not failure. That is movement. Epictetus taught that your task is to act well within your current circumstances, not to obsess over hypothetical paths. The anxiety of unlived potential often ignores what has already been lived. It focuses on absence rather than presence. Instead of asking, "What have I not become?" ask gently, "What have I grown through?" Growth is not always visible in titles or achievements. Sometimes it is patience developed through hardship. Sometimes it is wisdom gained through loss. Sometimes it is resilience built quietly. The mind tends to highlight dramatic milestones, but character development is subtle. At night, when thoughts about potential arise, notice the tone. Is it encouraging or condemning? If it is harsh, it may not be about growth. It may be about comparison or fear of time. Time feels limited. That awareness can create urgency. But urgency is not the same as purpose. Purpose can be practiced daily without dramatic transformation. The Stoics believe that living well today is more important than fantasizing about tomorrow. If you act with integrity in this moment, you are fulfilling potential in the most grounded way possible. Potential is not a future trophy. It is a daily alignment. You do not need to become extraordinary in the eyes of the world to live meaningfully. As you lie here now, notice if any imagined future version of yourself appears. Notice if it feels larger, more impressive, more complete. Let that image soften. You are not behind. You are on a path shaped by countless variables. Potential does not disappear because it changes form. What you imagined at 20 may not match who you are now. That is not loss. That is evolution. The anxiety fades when you accept that becoming is ongoing. There is no final perfect version waiting at the end. There is only continual growth. Tonight, you are allowed to rest without proving that you have maximized every ability. You are allowed to exist without constantly measuring future possibilities. The present moment is not incomplete. It is alive. As this realization settles in, the pressure to become something more dissolves slightly. The breath steadies. The mind relaxes. You are already in motion, already learning, already becoming. And becoming does not require panic. It requires patience. In that patience, the noise lowers once again. There is nothing to chase right now, nothing to prove, only the steady rhythm of breath.
and the quiet acceptance that potential unfolds one day at a time. As the anxiety of unlived potential begins to settle, as you release the pressure to become something more before morning arrives, another quieter weight may begin to rise from beneath the surface. It does not rush forward, it does not shout, it lingers, it sits in the chest, in the jaw, in the stomach. This is the weight of unspoken resentment. Resentment is rarely loud at first. It begins as a small moment, a word that felt dismissive, a boundary that was crossed, an effort that went unrecognized. At the time, you may have stayed silent. You may have told yourself it was not worth the conflict. You may have chosen peace over confrontation. But silence does not always equal release. When something hurts and is never acknowledged, it does not disappear. It settles quietly. And over time, small layers begin to stack. The mind remembers, not in sharp flashes like anger, but in quiet tension, a subtle distance, a shift in tone. Resentment creates noise because it carries unfinished emotion. The Stoics valued honesty, but they also valued emotional discipline. They warned against allowing anger to take control, yet they did not encourage burying feelings entirely. There is a difference between controlling anger and suppressing truth. When resentment is left unexamined, it hardens. It begins shaping perception. Neutral actions start to feel intentional. Small mistakes begin to feel personal. At night, when everything grows quiet, the mind may revisit these unresolved moments. It replays what was not said. It imagines how you could have defended yourself. It rebuilds the conversation that never happened. This is not random. It is the mind searching for closure. Resentment carries a simple message. Something felt unfair. Something felt painful. Something felt unseen. Ignoring that message does not create peace. It creates pressure. The Stoic approach invites reflection without hostility. Ask yourself gently, what exactly hurt? Was it the words, the tone, the lack of recognition, the broken expectation? Often, resentment is tied to expectation. You expected understanding. You expected fairness. You expected appreciation. When reality did not meet that expectation, disappointment followed. Epictetus taught that suffering often begins when we demand that life align with our preferences. But this does not mean you are wrong to desire respect. It means you must examine what is within your control. You cannot control others' awareness, but you can control how long you carry their actions inside you. Resentment becomes heavy when you relive it repeatedly. Each replay reinforces the emotional charge. The first step toward release is acknowledgement, not denial, not justification, just recognition. Yes, that hurt. That simple honesty softens the grip. The second step is perspective. Ask whether holding this resentment is serving your peace. Often, the answer is no. The Stoics practiced forgiveness not because others deserved it, but because they valued their own tranquility. Forgiveness does not mean approving of behavior. It means choosing not to let it dominate your inner world. Sometimes resolution requires conversation, sometimes it requires distance, and sometimes it requires quiet acceptance that not everyone will meet your expectations. At night, when resentment surfaces, do not feed it with dramatic thoughts. Do not rebuild the conflict again. Notice the sensation in the body. Breathe into it slowly. Resentment is stored tension. When the body relaxes, the emotion begins to soften. You are not weak for feeling hurt. You are human. But carrying resentment long-term binds you to the past. The Stoics believed that emotional freedom comes from focusing on your own conduct.
You cannot rewrite what happened, but you can decide how long it occupies your peace. As you lie here now, gently scan your body. Is there tightness anywhere? A subtle pressure? Allow the breath to move there. You do not need to resolve everything tonight, but you can loosen your grip on it.
Resentment fades not through force, but through understanding and release.
You deserve rest that is not burdened by old wounds. And as you soften your hold on what was never fully spoken, the body responds. The jaw relaxes. The chest opens slightly. The weight begins to lift. You are free to release what no longer needs to be carried. And in that release, the noise lowers once more, leaving behind quiet and space, and the gentle rhythm of breath returning you to stillness. As the weight of unspoken resentment begins to loosen, as you allow old tensions to soften instead of tightening around them, another illusion slowly reveals itself beneath the surface.
It is not about the past. It is not about others.
It is about a future moment you have been quietly chasing, a moment where everything is finally settled, finally proven, finally won.
This is the fantasy of final victory.
It is the belief that one day you will reach a point where the struggle ends completely, where the doubts disappear forever, where the critics fall silent, where success arrives in such a solid form that nothing can shake it. The mind imagines this moment like a mountain peak. Once you stand there, you believe peace will stay permanently. But this is a quiet trap, because life does not offer final victories. It offers seasons, it offers movement, it offers growth that unfolds layer by layer. The fantasy of final victory creates noise because it postpones peace. It says, rest will come later. When I achieve this, when I prove that, when they finally understand. Until then, the mind remains tense, preparing, striving, waiting for the day when it can finally exhale. The Stoics did not live for a final triumph. They practiced daily alignment. For them, peace was not the result of conquering the world. It was the result of mastering the self in each moment. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet he reminded himself constantly that nothing external would bring permanent security. Even power fades, even praise shifts, even victories dissolve. If you believe that one perfect achievement will silence all doubt, you will remain restless. Because after one goal is reached, another appears. The mind is skilled at moving the finish line.
You may think, once I earn this amount, I'll feel safe. Once I receive this recognition, I'll feel valued. Once I fix this flaw, I'll feel enough.
But the sense of enough cannot be built on outcomes alone. Outcomes change, circumstances evolve. The fantasy of final victory is often rooted in the desire for certainty. You want a moment where nothing threatens your identity again.
But certainty is not promised. Only practice is.
The Stoics understood that life includes setbacks, misunderstandings, and loss.
They did not expect a final stage where difficulty vanished. They expected difficulty and prepared their minds to remain steady through it.
True strength is not reaching a state where nothing challenges you. It is developing a character that remains grounded when challenges arise. When you release the fantasy of final victory, something powerful happens. You stop postponing peace. You stop saying, later I will relax. You stop saying, later I will feel complete. You begin allowing completeness to exist now, even while goals are unfinished. This does not mean you abandon ambition. It means you detach your worth from ultimate triumph. At night, notice if the mind is still chasing that final moment. Notice if it is planning how to win once and for all.
Gently remind yourself that life is not a single battle with a permanent outcome. It is a continuous rhythm. There will be wins, there will be losses, there will be progress and retreat. The Stoics practiced equanimity not because they expected final success, but because they accepted constant change. When you release the fantasy of final victory, pressure decreases. The need to prove yourself fades slightly. You no longer need one grand resolution to justify your existence. Peace becomes something you cultivate daily, not something you unlock at the end. As you lie here now, there is no final exam, no final scoreboard, no ultimate summit you must reach before morning.
Only this breath. Only this quiet.
You are not behind. You are not unfinished. You are in process, and process is enough.
When the mind stops chasing the illusion of a perfect ending, it grows still.
There is nothing to conquer tonight, nothing to defeat,
Nothing to prove.
just the steady rhythm of being.
And in that steady rhythm, the deepest kind of rest becomes possible.
As the fantasy of final victory begins to dissolve, as you stop waiting for one perfect moment to secure your peace forever, another pattern becomes easier to see. It is subtle, it is protective, it feels intelligent. It is the habit of anticipatory defense. This is when the mind prepares to defend itself before anything has even happened. Before someone speaks, you prepare your response. Before criticism arrives, you build your counter-argument. Before rejection appears, you rehearse your indifference.
It feels like strength. It feels like readiness. But it is often quiet fear wearing armor.
Anticipatory defense is the mind trying to avoid pain in advance. It says, if I expect the worst, it won't hurt as much. If I prepare my defense now, I won't be caught off guard. If I assume attack, I will stay safe. But notice what this habit does to your nervous system. Even in peaceful moments, you remain slightly braced, slightly guarded, slightly tense. The body does not know the difference between real threat and imagined threat. When you anticipate conflict, your muscles tighten, your breath shortens, your heart prepares, and yet nothing is happening. The Stoics trained themselves to respond to what is real, not to what is feared in advance. Epictetus taught that we suffer more in imagination than in reality.
Anticipatory defense is imagination working overtime.
It creates invisible battles. It turns neutral spaces into potential arenas. It keeps you prepared for arguments that may never occur. This habit often forms from past experiences. If you have been criticized harshly before, the mind learns to guard. If you have been misunderstood, it prepares explanations. If you have been judged unfairly, it sharpens its defenses. Protection becomes automatic.
But constant protection prevents relaxation.
When you anticipate defense all the time, you rarely feel fully open. Even in safe environments, part of you remains on alert. The Stoic path invites a different kind of strength. Not the strength of constant readiness for battle, but the strength of calm response. There is power in meeting situations as they arrive, not before they exist. When you rehearse defenses repeatedly, you give imagined scenarios emotional weight. The brain begins to treat them as likely. Anxiety increases. At night, this habit becomes more visible. You may find yourself preparing for conversations tomorrow. You may mentally defend against accusations that have not been made. You may sharpen arguments against criticisms that have not been spoken. Notice how exhausting that is. You are fighting ghosts.
True resilience does not require constant rehearsal. It requires trust in your ability to handle what arises.
Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he would meet difficult people, but he did not rehearse specific arguments. He prepared his character instead.
He strengthened patience. He strengthened understanding. He strengthened self-control.
When your character is grounded, you do not need to anticipate every attack. You trust your response will be steady. Anticipatory defense assumes you must control every outcome, but you cannot control how others behave. You can only control how you respond in real time. That realization is freeing. You do not need to predict every possible insult. You do not need to craft the perfect comeback. You do not need to brace for rejection before it exists.
Tonight, as you lie here, notice if the mind begins building defenses for tomorrow. If it does, gently pause. There is no opponent in this room, no accusation in the air, no conflict unfolding, only stillness. Let your shoulders soften, let your jaw unclench, let your breath slow.
You are allowed to exist without guarding against imaginary threats.
Preparedness does not mean tension. It means inner steadiness. And steadiness grows when you trust yourself more than you fear others. When you release anticipatory defense, you regain energy. Energy that was once spent on rehearsing battles can now settle into calm awareness. If difficulty comes tomorrow, you will meet it then, with clarity, with strength. But tonight, there is nothing to defend, nothing to argue, nothing to protect. Just the quiet space where your mind can rest without armor. And in that unguarded stillness, sleep approaches more gently. As the habit of anticipatory defense begins to soften, as the armor slowly falls from your shoulders and the mind no longer braces for invisible attacks, another voice becomes clearer in the silence. It is not loud like panic. It is not sharp like anger. It is familiar. It speaks in your own tone. It says, "You should have done better. You're not ready. You'll embarrass yourself. You're falling behind." This is the inner critic, and beneath its harshness, there is something unexpected. It is trying to protect you. The inner critic is often misunderstood. It feels like an enemy. It sounds cruel. But its origin is rarely hatred. It usually formed as a defense mechanism. At some point in your life, criticism may have kept you safe. Being self-aware may have prevented embarrassment. Anticipating mistakes may have helped you avoid rejection. So the mind developed a voice that stayed alert, that pointed out flaws quickly, that tried to correct you before the world could. It believed that if it criticized you first, you would not be hurt as deeply by others. That is why the inner critic often activates before important moments, before speaking, before trying something new, before resting. It thinks pressure equals protection, but protection that never turns off becomes exhaustion. The Stoics believed in self-examination, but not self-attack. There is a difference between reflection and ridicule, between correction and condemnation. The inner critic often blurs that line. It exaggerates mistakes. It uses absolute language. It says always and never. It measures your worth by isolated moments. Notice how its tone is rigid. Notice how it rarely acknowledges growth. A true teacher points out error calmly. The inner critic shouts. When you begin to see it as a misguided protector rather than a villain, something shifts. You stop fighting it aggressively. You start understanding its fear. The critic is afraid you will be rejected. It is afraid you will fail. It is afraid you will lose status or love. So it tries to push you harder. But constant pushing creates tension in the body. The shoulders tighten. The breath shortens. The mind rarely rests. The Stoics practiced balanced self-awareness. They reviewed their actions daily, but they did not insult themselves. They observed with reason. If something could be improved, they noted it calmly. Then they moved forward. The inner critic does not move forward easily. It lingers, it repeats, it magnifies. At night, when everything quiets, this voice may grow louder. It may review the day harshly. It may highlight what you missed rather than what you accomplished. Instead of silencing it forcefully, try listening differently. Ask gently, "What are you trying to protect me from?"
Often beneath the criticism is fear of not being enough.
And that fear deserves compassion, not punishment. When you respond to the inner critic with calm awareness, it begins to soften. You can say internally, "I see that you are trying to help, but I do not need to be attacked to improve." This is strength. True resilience includes self-compassion, not indulgence, not excuse-making, but understanding that growth requires stability, not constant internal warfare. The inner critic becomes quieter when it feels heard. You can acknowledge your desire to improve without tearing yourself apart. You can correct gently. As you lie here now, notice if the critic is speaking. Notice its tone. Do not argue. Do not obey. Simply observe. You are not the voice. You are the awareness listening to it. That distinction creates space. And in that space, the body relaxes slightly. The pressure eases. You do not need harshness to become better. You need clarity. The Stoic path invites discipline with dignity, improvement without humiliation, reflection without self-hatred.
Tonight, there is nothing to fix, nothing to attack, nothing to perfect.
You are allowed to rest even while you are still growing.
The critic may whisper again. That is natural. But you are learning not to mistake its volume for truth.
You are learning to treat yourself as you would treat a friend striving to improve. With firmness, yes, but also with patience. As that patience settles in, the voice loses some of its sharp edges. The mind becomes gentler, and in that gentleness, quiet returns.
Not because the critic vanished completely,
but because you no longer believe that harshness equals safety. And without that belief, the protector can finally relax. As the inner critic begins to soften, as you learn not to let harshness disguise itself as protection, there is another source of mental noise that often keeps the mind alert long after the day is over. It is the memory of words. Something someone said, a tone that felt sharp, a comment that lingered longer than it should have. Insults have a strange power. They are small in size but heavy in effect. A single sentence can echo in the mind for hours, sometimes years. The body reacts as if something physical happened. The chest tightens, the face warms, the heart beats faster. But the Stoics saw insults differently. They believed that words only wound when we agree with them or when we fear they might be true. Epictetus once explained that if someone calls you foolish and you know you are not foolish, there is nothing to be disturbed about. And if you know you are foolish in that area, then the insult is simply pointing to something you can improve. In both cases, outrage becomes unnecessary. This view feels radical because most people react automatically. When insulted, the mind wants to defend, to retaliate, or to replay the scene again and again. But notice what happens when you replay it. You re-experience the discomfort. You give the insult more energy than it originally had. The Stoics trained themselves to pause between hearing and reacting. An insult, at its core, is an opinion. It is a sound shaped by another person's perception. It is not a physical force. It cannot enter your character unless you allow it. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that when someone acts harshly,
They are expressing their understanding of the world. If their understanding is flawed, the action reflects their confusion, not your worth. This perspective creates emotional distance. Instead of asking, "How dare they?" you begin asking, "Why does this disturb me?" Sometimes an insult stings because it touches an insecurity. Sometimes it hurts because it feels unfair. But even then, the Stoic response is not suppression, it is examination. Is this statement true? If yes, then it is feedback. If no, then it is noise. In either case, prolonged suffering becomes optional. The difficulty is that pride resists this calm analysis. Pride wants validation. Pride wants dominance. Pride wants to win. But inner peace does not require victory in every exchange. It requires stability. When someone insults you, they are attempting to transfer their emotional state into you. If you react intensely, the transfer succeeds. If you remain steady, the exchange ends with them.
This does not mean you tolerate abuse endlessly. It means you choose your response carefully.
Sometimes the strongest response is silence. Sometimes it is measured clarification. Sometimes it is walking away. But it is rarely explosive retaliation. At night, when insults replay in your mind, the body reacts again as if the moment is happening. Notice that this replay is voluntary. The event has passed. Only memory remains.
You are not obligated to relive it.
The Stoics practiced mental reframing. They would remind themselves that reputation lives in other people's minds. Character lives in your own.
You cannot control what others think. You can control how much you internalize it.
As you lie here now, notice if any past words surface. Notice if the body tightens. Take a slow breath. Ask gently, is this opinion defining my character, or am I allowing it to? You are not made smaller by someone's frustration. You are not diminished by someone's misunderstanding. Words are temporary vibrations. They dissolve in the air quickly. It is the mind that keeps them alive. Tonight, you can allow them to fade.
Not because they did not happen, not because they did not sting, but because you refuse to give them permanent residence in your peace.
Your character is built by your actions, not by others' comments. And as that understanding settles in, the replay slows.
The sting softens.
The body relaxes once more. There is nothing to defend, nothing to prove. Only the quiet awareness that insults lose their power when you stop feeding them.
And in that awareness, sleep comes more easily.
As the echo of insults begins to fade, as you stop giving power to words that were never meant to define you, another pattern quietly steps forward in the stillness. It is softer than anger, heavier than worry, more personal than criticism. It is regret. Not the simple kind that teaches and moves on, but the looping kind. The moment you replay again and again, the choice you wish you could undo, the path you did not take, the sentence you should have spoken differently. Regret is powerful because it travels backward in time. It visits places you cannot return to. The mind rewinds the scene. It edits it. It creates a better version, a wiser version, a calmer version of you. And then it compares that edited memory to reality. That comparison hurts. The Stoics understood that regret becomes suffering when we try to control what is already fixed.
The past is beyond your influence, not in theory. In fact,
no amount of mental replay can alter a completed moment. Yet the mind continues looping, as if repetition might somehow rewrite history. Why? Because regret is often tied to identity. You think, if I had acted differently, I would be a better person. If I had chosen differently, my life would look different. If I had known better, everything would have changed. But here is the quiet truth. You acted with the understanding you had at that time. Wisdom grows through experience. The version of you who made that decision did not possess the knowledge you have now.
Judging your past self with present awareness is unfair. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to what they believe is right at the moment. When understanding improves, behavior improves.
Regret assumes that you should have known what you did not yet know. That expectation is unrealistic. There is a difference between learning from the past and living in it.
Healthy reflection says, "What can I do differently next time?" The mental loop of regret says, "I should have been different then."
One creates growth, the other creates paralysis.
At night, regret often grows stronger because there are fewer distractions. The mind finds unfinished business.
It whispers, "If only." Notice how those words feel in the body. There is tightness, a subtle sinking, a heaviness in the chest. But if only is a doorway that leads nowhere. You cannot enter the past again.
The Stoic practice is to return attention to what remains in your control now.
You cannot erase what happened, but you can shape what happens next.
Regret becomes useful only when it informs action.
If there is someone you wronged, you can apologize now. If there is a habit that harmed you, you can adjust now. If there is a lesson hidden in the mistake, you can apply it now. Once action is taken, the loop can end. But if no action is possible, then the only choice left is acceptance. Acceptance is not approval. It is recognition of reality.
Reality does not change because you resist it.
The mind quiets when it understands that self-forgiveness is part of growth. You are not required to be flawless in order to move forward. Every human life contains missteps. Every path includes detours. Regret loses intensity when you shift from punishment to practice. Instead of saying, "I ruined everything," say gently, "I learned something." That shift reduces noise. As you lie here now, notice if any regret rises to the surface. Notice if the mind wants to replay it again. Pause. Breathe slowly. Ask yourself, is this memory teaching me something new, or am I simply reliving it?
If there is no new lesson, allow it to fade. You are not required to re-experience pain in order to honor growth.
Your past decisions brought you to this present awareness. And this awareness is valuable. Regret can either trap you in yesterday or guide you into tomorrow. Tonight, choose guidance. Let the loop loosen. Let the image soften. Let the body relax. You cannot go back, but you are not stuck. The present moment is open. And in that openness, the weight of regret becomes lighter, not erased, but transformed into quiet understanding. And understanding allows rest. As the loop of regret begins to slow, as you stop traveling backward into moments that can no longer be changed, another subtle fear may begin to surface in the quiet. It does not shout, it does not panic loudly. It whispers something more primitive. What if I lose my place? What if I become invisible? What if I am replaced? This is the fear of social displacement.
It is the quiet anxiety that you might fall behind, be excluded, forgotten, or outgrown.
Human beings are wired for belonging. Long before titles, achievements, or possessions mattered, survival depended on staying within the group. To be pushed out meant danger. Even today, that ancient wiring remains. When friendships shift, when workplaces change, when family dynamics evolve, something deep inside reacts. The mind scans for signs, a slower reply, a missed invitation, a new person entering the circle.
And suddenly, the nervous system tightens.
The fear is not always about status. Sometimes it is about relevance. You may worry that younger voices are louder, that new ideas are valued more, that you are slowly being moved to the edge of the room.
This fear creates noise because it activates comparison and prediction at the same time.
You begin measuring your value against others. You begin imagining scenarios where you are excluded. You begin rehearsing how to protect your position. But the Stoics approached social change differently.
They understood that roles in society are temporary. Positions shift. Influence rises and falls. What remains constant is character.
Epictetus reminded his students that external roles are not truly theirs. You may hold a title, a reputation, a position in a group, but none of these are guaranteed. If you anchor your identity in them, you will always feel unstable. The fear of displacement grows when you believe your worth depends on maintaining a specific role. But your value does not shrink because attention shifts.
Groups evolve. People grow in different directions. Seasons change.
This is not rejection, it is movement. At night, this fear may appear as quiet tension. You may think about who is gaining influence, who is advancing, who is receiving recognition. The mind asks, where do I stand?
But standing is not a fixed position. It is fluid.
Marcus Aurelius, despite ruling an empire, reminded himself daily that fame fades quickly. The memory of even the most powerful individuals dissolves with time. If even emperors cannot secure permanent position, then chasing permanent placement is exhausting. The Stoic answer is simple but demanding. Focus on being useful, not visible.
When your attention shifts from maintaining status to strengthening character, displacement loses its grip.
No one can remove your discipline. No one can take your integrity. No one can erase your capacity for kindness or wisdom.
These are internal.
The fear of displacement often exaggerates the threat. It assumes that if one door closes, there are no others. But life rarely operates in a single channel. If one group shifts, another forms. If one season ends, another begins. Your existence is not defined by one circle. As you lie here now, notice if this fear surfaces. Notice if the body tightens slightly when you think about losing place or influence.
Breathe slowly.
Ask gently, what is truly mine? Not the applause, not the title, not the attention. Only your conduct. The Stoics practiced detachment from reputation because reputation lives in other people's minds.
Belonging feels important, and it is. But true belonging begins with being at ease within yourself.
When you are anchored internally, external shifts feel less threatening.
You can allow others to rise without feeling diminished. You can allow circles to change without feeling erased.
Social displacement becomes less frightening when you understand that identity is not confined to one position. You are not a seat at a table. You are not a rank in a hierarchy.
You are a mind capable of growth.
And growth does not depend on constant validation. Tonight, there is no competition, no audience measuring your place, no silent ranking system, only breath. Only stillness. Let the fear soften.
You do not need to hold tightly to your position to remain whole. You remain whole because of who you are becoming, not because of where you stand.
And as that truth settles in, the nervous system relaxes once more.
The room grows quieter. The need to secure your place fades slightly. You are not being replaced. You are evolving. And evolution does not require panic. It requires presence. As the fear of losing your place begins to loosen,
As you stop gripping tightly to roles and recognition, something else becomes possible in the quiet. If you are not chasing approval, if you are not guarding position, if you are not defending against imagined exclusion, then what remains inside? Often, what remains is excess. Excess emotion, excess reaction, excess interpretation. This is where emotional minimalism begins. Emotional minimalism is not coldness. It is not suppression. It is not indifference. It is the deliberate choice to carry only what is necessary. Most people accumulate emotional clutter without realizing it. They react strongly to small inconveniences. They hold on to minor slights. They amplify ordinary events into dramatic meaning. By the end of the day, the mind feels crowded. The Stoics practiced something different. They asked one simple question repeatedly: is this worth my disturbance? Not everything deserves a full emotional response. If a stranger frowns at you, does it require an hour of reflection? If a plan changes, does it require irritation? If someone disagrees, does it require internal war? Emotional minimalism means reducing unnecessary reactions. It means responding proportionally. The body benefits immediately. When reactions are exaggerated, the nervous system spikes repeatedly throughout the day. Small stressors become full-body experiences. Over time, this creates fatigue. But when you begin to filter emotional responses carefully, something shifts. You notice that many events are neutral until you assign meaning. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that external events are neither good nor bad by themselves. It is your judgment that shapes the experience. Emotional minimalism begins with slowing that judgment. When something happens, instead of reacting instantly, you pause. You ask, what is actually occurring? Not what it means about your identity, not what it predicts about the future, just what is happening. Often the event is smaller than the reaction suggests. This practice creates space. In that space, intensity decreases. You begin to see that many frustrations are optional. This does not mean you stop caring. It means you choose carefully what deserves care. Energy is limited. If you spend it reacting to every inconvenience, you will have little left for what truly matters. Emotional minimalism protects your energy. It teaches restraint without numbness. It invites you to feel fully when it matters and lightly when it does not. At night, this practice becomes even more important. The mind often replays the day's minor irritations as if they were significant events. A delayed message, a brief misunderstanding, a tone that felt slightly off. Notice how quickly the mind expands these into larger stories. Instead of feeding them, gently reduce them to their simplest form. That happened. Nothing more. You do not need to extract dramatic lessons from every moment. The Stoics valued tranquility. Tranquility requires emotional efficiency. If something does not threaten your character, it does not require emotional turbulence. Practicing emotional minimalism also includes simplifying your inner dialogue. You do not need 10 interpretations of every interaction. You do not need constant analysis of how you were perceived. Clarity is often simple. As you lie here now, scan your day. Notice where you may have carried more emotional weight than necessary. Without judgment, gently set some of it down. Not everything deserves to follow you into the night. Emotional minimalism feels lighter. The body relaxes more easily. The breath deepens naturally. You are not obligated to magnify every experience. Some moments can pass quietly. Some comments can fade. Some inconveniences can remain small. When you reduce emotional excess, the mind becomes clearer. Clarity invites calm. Calm invites rest. And rest becomes deeper when you are not carrying unnecessary reactions into sleep. Tonight, practice simplicity. Let the unnecessary fall away. Keep what matters. Release what does not. Feel how the mind grows less crowded. There is space now. Space between events and reaction. Space between thought and emotion. Space between you and the noise. In that space, stillness settles naturally. And in that stillness, you begin to experience the quiet strength of carrying less. As emotional minimalism begins to clear space inside you, as you start carrying less reaction and less unnecessary weight, another pattern quietly tries to refill the room. It does not arrive as anger. It does not arrive as regret. It arrives as possibility. What if? Two simple words. Endless directions. What if I made the wrong choice? What if this fails? What if they leave? What if something goes wrong? The mind treats these questions like preparation. It believes that exploring every possible outcome creates safety. But most what-if thoughts are not preparation. They are projection. They pull you out of the present and place you in imagined futures that do not yet exist. The Stoics understood this clearly. They distinguished between what is happening now and what is merely possible. Possibility is infinite. You could imagine thousands of outcomes for tomorrow. Most will never occur. Yet the body reacts as if they are already unfolding. Your heart rate increases, your breath shortens, your muscles tighten, all in response to events that are not real. The myth of what if is that thinking about something repeatedly gives you control over it. It does not. It only gives the illusion of control. Epictetus taught that worry does not change the event. It only changes your inner state. When you ask what if repeatedly, you rarely stop at neutral outcomes. The mind tends to drift toward worst-case scenarios. This is because the brain evolved to scan for threats. But scanning constantly creates fatigue. There is a difference between reasonable planning and obsessive forecasting. Reasonable planning looks at the most likely outcomes and prepares calmly. Obsessive forecasting explores endless unlikely scenarios and rehearses emotional reactions to each one. At night, the what-if voice often grows louder. What if tomorrow's meeting goes badly? What if I said something wrong? What if I lose this opportunity? Notice how each question demands an answer, and when no answer satisfies it completely, it produces another question. The cycle continues. The Stoic response is simple but powerful. Focus on what is within your control right now. You cannot control every future variable. You can control your preparation. You can control your effort. You can control your character. Beyond that, the outcome belongs to circumstance. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that fear of the future is unnecessary because the future will be handled with the same reasoning mind you have today. If difficulty arises, you will meet it then. You do not need to live it twice. The myth of what if convinces you that pre-living a problem reduces its impact. In reality, it doubles it. You suffer once in imagination, and again if it actually happens. And often, it never happens at all. When a what-if thought appears, pause gently. Ask yourself, is this a situation I can act on right now? If the answer is no, then it does not require your energy tonight. Return to the present sensation of breathing. The present is concrete. It is stable. It is real. The imagined future is fluid. It shifts with every new scenario. Peace lives in what is real. As you lie here now, notice if the mind tries to wander into tomorrow. Notice if it creates pictures of possible failure or rejection. Let the image dissolve. You are not obligated to solve tomorrow before it arrives. The Stoics practiced voluntary acceptance of uncertainty. They understood that life contains variables beyond control. Accepting uncertainty reduces noise. You do not need guarantees to rest. You need trust. Trust that whatever arises, you will respond with the wisdom you have at that moment. The what-if voice may return. That is natural, but you can meet it with calm repetition. If it happens, I will handle it. And then let it go. There is nothing to predict in this room right now. Only breath, only stillness. The future is not asking for your attention tonight. Release the myth that endless forecasting creates safety. Safety comes from steadiness, and steadiness begins here, in this moment, where nothing is wrong, where nothing is unfolding except the quiet rhythm of rest. As the myth of what if begins to loosen its grip, as the imagined futures slowly dissolve and the mind stops running ahead of reality, something deeper waits beneath all the noise. Because beneath regret, beneath fear, beneath comparison, beneath defense, there is one final resistance. Resistance to what is. This is where silence is either found or forever postponed. Radical acceptance is not passive. It is not surrender in weakness. It is not saying that everything is good. It is saying, this is what is real. Most inner noise comes from arguing with reality. This shouldn't have happened. They shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't feel this way. My life should look different.
Notice the word should.
Should is a quiet war against what already exists. The Stoics understood that reality does not bend to preference. It unfolds according to countless forces, some within your control, most beyond it.
Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself repeatedly, "Love what happens, not because it is always pleasant, but because it is already part of your path."
Radical acceptance begins the moment you stop demanding that the present be different before you allow yourself to feel calm. When you argue with reality, the body tightens. When you resist what has already occurred, the mind circles endlessly. When you reject your current emotions, they grow louder. Acceptance interrupts that cycle. If you feel sadness, acceptance says, sadness is here. If you feel fear, acceptance says, fear is present. If you made a mistake, acceptance says, that happened. It does not add drama. It does not add judgment. It does not add fantasy. It removes resistance. And when resistance drops, silence begins to grow. Radical acceptance does not mean you stop improving your life. It means you start from clarity instead of denial. You cannot change what you refuse to acknowledge.
You cannot calm what you keep fighting.
Epictetus taught that suffering increases when we demand that events obey our desires. Peace begins when we align our desires with reality. This does not mean liking everything. It means seeing clearly. If a relationship ended, acceptance does not say it was pleasant. It says it ended. If a goal failed, acceptance does not celebrate it. It says it failed. If someone misunderstood you, acceptance says they misunderstood you. And then the internal argument stops. Silence expands in the space where protest once lived. At night, resistance becomes visible. You may notice tension around things you cannot fix before morning. You may feel discomfort about circumstances you cannot immediately alter. Radical acceptance invites you to loosen your grip, not because you approve, but because you understand that reality is already here. Fighting it internally does not change it externally. There is tremendous strength in this posture. When you accept reality fully, you conserve energy. You stop wasting mental effort on impossible revisions. That energy becomes calm. Calm becomes stillness. Stillness becomes sleep. As you lie here now, gently scan your life. Is there anything you are quietly resisting? A fact you wish were different? A feeling you wish would disappear? A situation you wish had another outcome? Instead of pushing it away, say softly within yourself, "This is part of my path." Not forever, not permanently, but for now. Acceptance anchors you in the present.
And the present is always simpler than the mind's protest against it.
You do not need to solve your entire life tonight. You only need to stop fighting what already exists in this moment. The Stoics practiced acceptance not as defeat, but as alignment. They understood that when you align with reality, you gain clarity, and clarity gives you power where it actually matters, your response.
Radical acceptance clears the final layer of noise.
There is no argument left, no resistance left, no future battle to prepare for. Only breath, only being.
The world is as it is right now.
You are as you are right now. Nothing more is required. In this surrender without weakness, in this clarity without struggle, silence deepens, not forced, not manufactured,
Just present. And in that presence, the mind finally rests.
as radical acceptance settles in, as the struggle against reality loosens, as the mind stops arguing with what already exists. Something unusual begins to appear. Not noise, not tension, not fear, but space.
And for many people, that space feels unfamiliar.
This is where the mind's resistance to emptiness begins. You would think silence is what you want. You came here for stillness. You wanted relief from noise. But when the noise fades, the mind sometimes panics. It reaches for something, a thought, a memory, a worry, a plan, anything to fill the quiet.
Because emptiness can feel like loss of control.
The mind is used to activity, used to movement, used to constant commentary. When that activity slows, it feels exposed. Silence removes distraction.
And without distraction, you are left with simple awareness. Many people interpret this openness as boredom, or vulnerability, or even danger.
But emptiness is not danger. It is unfamiliar territory. The Stoics practiced sitting with this space intentionally. They trained themselves to observe without filling every gap. They understood that constant mental activity is not strength. It is habit. The mind has been conditioned to believe that productivity equals safety, that thinking equals preparation, that noise equals control. So when quiet arrives, the system tries to restart the engine. It asks, what should I be thinking about? Am I forgetting something? Should I plan for tomorrow? This is resistance. The mind would rather be busy than empty. But emptiness is not absence. It is presence without clutter.
It is awareness without narrative.
When you sit in silence and nothing urgent appears, the ego sometimes feels unnecessary. And the ego does not enjoy feeling unnecessary. It wants to contribute, to comment, to solve. So it generates content. But true rest requires allowing moments where there is nothing to solve. Marcus Aurelius wrote about returning to the inner citadel, a place inside that remains steady and untouched. That inner place is quiet by nature. There are no arguments there, no comparisons, no rehearsals, just observation. The mind resists emptiness because it mistakes it for meaninglessness. But emptiness is not lack of meaning. It is the clearing that allows meaning to be seen clearly. When your mental field is crowded, you cannot perceive deeply. When it is open, perception sharpens. At night, when the house is quiet and your body is still, you may notice a brief moment where there are no thoughts. Instead of rushing to fill it, stay there. Notice the breath. Notice the weight of your body. Notice the subtle hum of existence. That space is not void. It is peaceful. The resistance you feel is simply habit adjusting. You are not losing yourself in emptiness. You are meeting yourself without distraction. The Stoics believe that clarity comes when the mind is not constantly reacting. Emptiness allows clarity to surface. It may feel strange at first. You may want to check something, to remember something, to anticipate something.
Let the urge pass. Urges, like thoughts, decay when not fed.
Emptiness becomes more comfortable when you stop labeling it as uncomfortable.
It is simply quiet.
And quiet is not the enemy. As you lie here now, if a gap appears between thoughts, do not rush to close it. Let it widen gently. Feel how the body responds. Often the shoulders soften. The jaw loosens. The breath deepens naturally. Because without constant mental activity, the nervous system finally recognizes safety. There is nothing happening, nothing demanding attention, nothing requiring defense. The mind's resistance is just momentum slowing down. Stay with the stillness.
You are not disappearing in emptiness.
You are discovering how little you need to feel whole. In that discovery, fear dissolves. And in that dissolution, the silence you have been seeking begins to feel natural. Not forced, not fragile, just steady, just calm, just enough. As emptiness begins to feel less threatening, as the mind grows more comfortable with space instead of scrambling to fill it, another attachment slowly becomes visible. Not attachment to fear, not attachment to regret, attachment to approval. Praise feels good. A compliment, recognition, validation, applause. The body warms, the chest expands, the ego straightens its posture. And there is nothing wrong with enjoying appreciation. The problem begins when praise becomes fuel, when your peace depends on it. The Stoics were deeply cautious about praise, not because they rejected kindness, but because they understood how easily approval can shape behavior. If you live for praise, you will fear its absence. If you depend on applause, you will dread silence.
Praise is external. It lives in other people's perceptions, and perceptions change.
Today, someone admires you. Tomorrow, they criticize you. If your emotional state rises and falls with every opinion, your inner world will never stabilize. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that fame fades quickly. Even the most celebrated names are forgotten with time. If praise cannot last, why anchor your identity to it? The mind often resists detachment from praise because it equates approval with belonging.
When people praise you, you feel seen, included, valued.
But worth is not created by recognition. It is expressed through conduct. The Stoic approach is simple. Focus on being good, not being praised as good.
When someone compliments you, accept it lightly.
Do not cling to it. Do not replay it repeatedly. Do not build your self-image around it. Because if you build your identity on praise, you will also build anxiety around losing it. At night, praise can replay just like criticism. You may relive a moment where you were admired. The mind may use it to reinforce self-worth. But notice how fragile that feels. If your confidence depends on memory of approval, it can disappear as quickly as it appeared. True steadiness comes from internal alignment.
Ask yourself quietly, did I act according to my values today?
If yes, that is enough. If someone noticed, that is extra.
If no one noticed, that changes nothing about the integrity of your action. Epictetus warned that seeking admiration makes you dependent. You begin adjusting behavior not for virtue, but for reaction. And that subtle shift creates noise. You start thinking, will they like this? How will this look? What will they think? The mind becomes crowded with imagined observers. Detachment from praise simplifies everything. You act because it is right. You speak because it is true. You improve because it strengthens you, not because it will be applauded. As you lie here now, notice if you are still carrying the day's approval inside you. Notice if part of your mind is hoping to repeat it tomorrow. Gently release the need for repetition. Praise is pleasant, but it is not nourishment. Character is nourishment. When you detach from praise, you detach from its opposite as well, fear of criticism. Both are external currents. The Stoics sought inner stillness that did not depend on either. There is quiet strength in not needing applause. You can enjoy appreciation without clinging. You can receive compliments without building identity around them. You can move through life steady, whether praised or ignored. That steadiness creates silence. No performance, no validation chase, no emotional swing tied to other people's opinions. Only conduct.
Only alignment.
Only calm presence. As the desire for praise loosens, something softens inside. There is less pressure to impress, less tension to maintain an image, less noise about how you are perceived. You are free to act quietly, free to improve quietly, free to exist without scoreboard. And in that quiet freedom, the mind settles deeper, not inflated by approval, not deflated by its absence, just balanced, just grounded, just still. As the pull of praise begins to loosen, as you no longer depend on applause to steady your worth, something more subtle starts to move beneath the surface. Desire, not loud ambition, not dramatic craving, but the quiet urge. The urge to check, to respond, to consume, to reach for something. Desire is constant. It flows through the mind all day. Most of the time, you do not even notice it. A thought appears. I want this. Another thought follows. I should get that. Then the body leans slightly forward, ready to act. Desire is not wrong. It is human. But unobserved desire becomes restlessness. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate desire entirely. They aimed to understand it, to separate necessary wants from endless cravings. When desire goes unexamined, it pulls the mind in many directions at once. You may be resting, but a small part of you wants stimulation. You may be calm, but another part wants achievement. You may be content, but a whisper suggests more would feel better. This constant wanting creates subtle tension. Even in stillness, something inside reaches outward. The practice of observing desire without feeding it is simple but powerful. When an urge appears, instead of acting immediately, you watch it. You notice the sensation. Where is it in the body? Is it in the chest, the hands, the jaw? You notice the thought attached to it. If I get this, I will feel better. Pause there. Do not suppress the desire. Do not shame it. Just observe it.
The mind often assumes that every desire requires satisfaction, but many desires fade on their own if not reinforced.
Epictetus taught that freedom begins when you reduce attachment to what is not necessary. Desire becomes noise when it multiplies endlessly. You satisfy one want, another appears. You achieve one goal, a higher one forms. This cycle keeps the mind in motion.
At night, desire may appear as restlessness,
A sudden urge to check something, to think about tomorrow's progress, to mentally plan improvements. Notice how even small urges disturb stillness. When you observe desire calmly, something interesting happens. The intensity peaks, and then slowly decreases. Like a wave. If you chase it, the wave continues. If you watch it, the wave breaks and fades. This does not mean you become indifferent to life. It means you stop being controlled by impulse. The Stoics valued discipline because discipline creates freedom. If you can observe desire without immediate reaction, you strengthen your autonomy. You prove to yourself that you are not ruled by every internal push.
As you lie here now, notice if any desire appears.
It might be small, a desire to adjust position, a desire to replay something pleasant, a desire to plan ahead.
Instead of following it instantly, breathe slowly. Let the urge sit.
Feel how it shifts. Often the urgency decreases when not obeyed. This builds a new kind of confidence.
You realize that not every internal signal requires action.
Desire loses its sharpness when it is observed without judgment.
The Stoics believed that true contentment comes not from having everything, but from needing less.
When you practice observing desire, you begin needing less in each moment. Less stimulation, less validation, less movement. That reduction creates quiet. Quiet creates depth. Depth creates rest. You are not denying yourself life. You are choosing when to engage. There is strength in allowing desire to rise and fall naturally. As you continue breathing gently, feel the calm that comes from not chasing every want. There is nothing missing in this moment, nothing urgent to obtain, nothing required to complete you. The mind settles when it understands that satisfaction does not always come from acquisition. Sometimes it comes from restraint, from stillness, from letting the wave pass. And in that passing, silence deepens once more, as desire begins to loosen its grip. As you discover that not every urge needs to be followed, something deeper begins to settle underneath all movement. When wanting slows, when chasing softens, when noise fades, a quiet truth remains.
You are not here forever.
Mortality is not a dark thought. It is a clarifying one. Most mental noise is built on the illusion of endless time. You postpone peace. You delay courage. You hold grudges longer than necessary. You chase approval as if there will always be another day to secure it. But time is not endless.
The Stoics practiced remembering death daily, not to become anxious, not to become depressed,
but to become clear.
Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think."
That sentence is not meant to create fear. It is meant to remove trivial concerns. When you remember that life is temporary, small disturbances shrink. An insult feels lighter. A delayed message feels insignificant. A minor mistake feels forgivable. Mortality cuts through exaggeration.
Many of the thoughts that disturb you at night lose intensity when placed beside the fact that your time here is limited.
Will this matter in 10 years? Will this matter at the end of your life?
Often the answer is no.
Mortality simplifies. It reveals what is essential and what is noise. Without awareness of death, the mind clings to everything. With awareness of death, the mind becomes selective. The Stoics called this practice memento mori. Remember that you will die, not as a threat, as a lens. Through that lens, gratitude grows. Breathing becomes more meaningful. Ordinary moments feel richer. Conversations feel more precious. Clarity emerges because you stop assuming unlimited chances. When you know time is finite, resentment becomes less attractive. You begin asking yourself, is this worth carrying into a life that is already short?
Fear of judgment fades when you realize that everyone who judges you will also face the same ending.
Competition loses urgency. Comparison loses meaning. Mortality humbles and steadies at the same time. At night, when the world is quiet, you may feel the fragility of existence more clearly.
Instead of resisting that awareness, sit with it gently.
You are alive right now. Your heart is beating. Your lungs are moving. This moment is real, and it will never return again in this exact form.
That awareness sharpens attention.
The Stoics believed that remembering death increases appreciation for life.
When you understand that nothing lasts forever, you stop demanding permanence from temporary things.
You stop clinging so tightly to outcomes. You stop expecting perfect security. You begin focusing on how you live today. Mortality is not about endings. It is about alignment. If you knew your time was short, would you spend tonight replaying minor insults? Would you lie awake worrying about unlikely futures? Would you carry old resentment into tomorrow? Or would you choose calm? Mortality invites calm because it highlights priorities. Peace becomes more valuable than pride. Presence becomes more important than prediction. Integrity becomes more meaningful than applause. As you lie here now, allow the reality of your temporary nature to soften you, not frighten you.
You do not control how long you are here,
but you control how you meet each moment. And tonight, you are meeting it with awareness.
There is nothing dramatic happening.
Just breath, just stillness. Life is unfolding quietly in this room.
And that is enough. The role of mortality is not to darken your thoughts.
It is to illuminate them, to remind you that the present is precious. That unnecessary noise steals from something finite.
That clarity is a gift.
As this understanding settles deeper, urgency dissolves. Grudges feel heavy and unnecessary. Comparison feels trivial. Desire feels lighter. You do not have endless nights, so let this one be peaceful. Let this one be free from needless mental struggle. Let this one be lived fully, even in rest. Because one day, there will be no more nights, and that truth makes this silence sacred. As the awareness of mortality settles gently into your mind, as you feel the fragility of time not as fear, but as clarity, another quiet attachment begins to reveal itself. It is the need to finish every story, to tie every loose end, to receive every explanation, to understand why things unfolded the way they did. This is the need for narrative closure.
The mind is a storyteller. It wants beginnings, middles, and clean endings. It wants reasons. It wants symmetry.
When something ends abruptly, a relationship, a friendship, a phase of life, the mind searches for the final paragraph that was never written. It asks, why did this happen? What did it mean? How does this story conclude?
And when no clear answer appears, rest becomes difficult.
The Stoics understood that life does not promise narrative satisfaction. Events occur, people change, circumstances shift.
Not every chapter closes neatly.
The desire for closure creates noise because it resists uncertainty. It resists open endings. You replay conversations, searching for hidden meaning. You analyze events, hoping to uncover the missing explanation. You imagine alternative endings that feel more satisfying. But life rarely offers perfect summaries.
Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that events are not obligated to explain themselves. They unfold according to causes far beyond your awareness. Sometimes the full picture is simply unavailable. The need for closure often masks discomfort with ambiguity. Ambiguity feels unstable. Without a clear ending, the mind cannot categorize the experience as complete, so it keeps it active. But completion does not always come from explanation. Sometimes it comes from acceptance. You may never know why someone acted a certain way. You may never understand fully why a path closed. You may never receive the apology or acknowledgement you hoped for. Waiting for that final sentence can keep you mentally attached to something that has already ended.
The Stoic path invites you to detach from the demand for narrative perfection.
You are not required to understand everything to move forward. Understanding is useful when it is available, but peace cannot depend on it. At night, unfinished stories often rise to the surface. Moments that ended without clarity. Relationships that faded without explanation. Opportunities that vanished without resolution. Notice how the mind wants to reopen them. Pause gently. Ask yourself, is there anything new to learn here? If not, the replay is simply habit. Dissolving the need for closure does not mean dismissing your feelings. It means recognizing that some questions do not have accessible answers, and that is part of being human. Epictetus taught that control is limited to your own judgments and actions. The hidden motives of others, the full web of causes behind events, these are not within your control. When you accept that not every story will close cleanly, mental pressure decreases. You stop chasing final words. You stop demanding symmetrical endings. You stop waiting for perfect explanation before granting yourself peace. As you lie here now, notice if any unfinished narrative surfaces. Notice if the mind is still searching for a closing scene. Instead of constructing one, allow the story to remain open. It ended as it ended. That is the ending. The present moment does not require retroactive clarity to exist fully. Life moves forward even when understanding lags behind. When you release the need for narrative closure, you step out of the role of constant editor.
You stop rewriting.
You allow events to remain imperfect. And in that allowance, something softens. There is less tension around what should have happened.
Less urgency to finalize.
Less emotional attachment to unresolved threads. Silence grows in the absence of constant mental editing. Not every story needs a moral. Not every chapter needs explanation. Not every ending needs symmetry. Some things simply happen.
And then they pass.
As this realization settles in, the body relaxes slightly more.
The mind stops searching for the final line. You are free to rest without closing every open loop. The story of your life is ongoing, and peace does not require perfect punctuation. It requires presence. Right here, right now, as the need for narrative closure begins to soften. As you allow some stories to remain unfinished without chasing perfect endings, another layer of noise quietly reveals itself. It is not about events. It is not about other people. It is about who you believe you are. This is the trap of identity rigidity. At some point you formed ideas about yourself. I am the responsible one. I am the strong one. I am the quiet one. I am the successful one. I am the one who never fails. These identities once helped you. They gave direction. They created stability. But over time, identity can harden. What once guided you can begin to confine you. When identity becomes rigid, every experience is filtered through it. If you see yourself as strong, you may resist admitting pain.
If you see yourself as intelligent, you may fear being wrong. If you see yourself as kind, you may struggle to set boundaries. The mind defends identity because it feels like survival. To challenge your self-image can feel like losing ground. The Stoics understood that identity should remain flexible. They did not anchor themselves in labels. They anchored themselves in principles. There is a difference. A label says, I am this. A principle says, I practice this. Labels freeze you. Practice allows growth.
Marcus Aurelius did not say, I am wise. He reminded himself to pursue wisdom.
That subtle difference keeps the mind open. Identity rigidity creates noise because it forces constant self-monitoring. You begin asking, am I living up to who I think I am? What if I fail this image? What if others see me differently? The pressure builds quietly. You may feel anxious when you act outside your identity. You may resist opportunities that challenge your self-concept. You may hold on to outdated roles because they feel familiar. But life changes, and if your identity does not adapt, it creates tension. The Stoics believed that the self is not a fixed statue, it is a developing character. You are allowed to evolve. You are allowed to grow beyond old definitions. When identity becomes rigid, small mistakes feel catastrophic. If you see yourself as disciplined and one day you falter, the mind reacts strongly, not because of the mistake, but because of the threat to identity. Rigid identity magnifies normal human variation. Flexible identity absorbs it. At night, identity rigidity may appear as subtle pressure. You may replay moments where you did not match your ideal version of yourself. You may worry about how others categorize you. Pause gently. Ask yourself, who am I without these labels? Beneath the titles, beneath the roles, beneath the self-descriptions, there is awareness. That awareness is steady. It observes changes in behavior without collapsing. The Stoics encouraged returning to this inner steadiness rather than clinging to external identity. If you detach slightly from rigid self-images, freedom increases. You can admit error without feeling destroyed. You can try new paths without feeling false. You can shift direction without feeling lost. Identity becomes fluid, and fluidity reduces noise. You no longer need to protect a fixed image at all times. You can respond to life as it unfolds. As you lie here now, notice any identity you feel attached to strongly. Notice if protecting that image creates tension. Gently loosen your grip. You are not a single description. You are not a permanent role. You are a living process, a mind evolving, a character refining. When you release rigid identity, the pressure to perform consistently disappears. You can simply be present. Growth does not threaten you. Change does not destabilize you. You are not losing yourself. You are expanding beyond narrow definitions. The trap dissolves when you understand that identity is not something to defend. It is something to shape gently over time. And tonight, you do not need to uphold any image. You do not need to be strong. You do not need to be perfect. You do not need to be impressive. You can simply exist, without title, without label. Just awareness breathing in the dark. And in that formless space, silence grows deeper. As identity begins to loosen, as you no longer feel the need to defend a fixed version of yourself, something smaller but surprisingly persistent comes into view. Not major trauma, not dramatic conflict. Small things. A brief tone of voice, a passing comment, a look that felt slightly off, a message that came later than expected. Individually, they seem insignificant, but hours later, you are still carrying them.
This is the emotional aftershock of minor events. The event itself may last seconds, the reaction may last all evening. The Stoics were deeply aware that disturbance does not always match the size of the trigger. A small spark can create a large internal ripple. Why? Because the mind attaches meaning quickly. Someone speaks shortly. The mind adds, "They're upset with me." A friend doesn't respond immediately. The mind adds, "I'm not important." A plan changes. The mind adds, "I'm being disregarded." The event is neutral or small. The interpretation is heavy. The body reacts to the interpretation, not just the event. Your heart rate shifts, your stomach tightens, your mood subtly drops. But the original moment has already passed. The aftershock continues because the mind keeps replaying and reinforcing the meaning. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that it is not things that disturb us, but our judgments about them. Minor events become emotionally loud when we overinterpret them. The Stoic practice is not to suppress reaction, but to slow interpretation. When something small unsettles you, pause and ask, what actually happened? Not what it might mean, not what it could imply, just what occurred. Often the raw event is simple. A message was delayed, a tone was flat, a glance was neutral. The rest is projection. Emotional aftershocks also linger because the nervous system is sensitive to social cues. Humans are wired to detect subtle signs of rejection or threat. But sensitivity does not always equal accuracy. The mind fills gaps quickly. At night, when everything quiets, these minor events can resurface. You replay them, searching for confirmation. You analyze facial expressions. You reconstruct the moment. Notice how much energy this consumes. The Stoic response invites proportionality. Does this event truly require extended attention?
If not, release it.
This is not denial, it is discipline. You are training your mind to distinguish between genuine threat and harmless variation. Not every shift in tone is a hidden message. Not every delay is rejection. Not every silence is judgment. When you practice this discernment, emotional aftershocks weaken. They still arise, but they fade faster. As you lie here now, notice if any small event from today still lingers. Perhaps something minor that felt slightly uncomfortable. Instead of replaying it with interpretation, reduce it to its simplest form. That happened. Nothing more. No dramatic meaning. The body responds quickly to this simplification. Shoulders soften, breath steadies. The mind stops scanning for hidden signals. You are allowed to let small things remain small. Not every moment deserves extended analysis. The Stoics valued tranquility because they understood how easily it can be disturbed by trivial matters. Peace requires filtering. When you stop magnifying minor disturbances, your emotional baseline stabilizes. You do not swing as sharply from moment to moment. You remain steady. As this steadiness grows, you notice that many of the day's irritations were temporary ripples, not deep currents. They do not define the day. They do not define you. They were brief, and now they are passing. Let them pass fully. There is no need to carry a slight tremor into the night. The body is safe. The room is quiet. The moment has ended. You can release it. And as you do, silence deepens again. Not because nothing happened today, but because nothing small is allowed to echo louder than it deserves. As the emotional aftershocks of small moments begin to lose their force, as you learn to let minor ripples fade without replaying them, another skill slowly takes shape. It is quiet. It is powerful. It feels almost unnatural at first. Indifference, not coldness, not cruelty, but calm indifference toward trivial offenses.
Every day, small irritations appear. Someone interrupts you. Someone forgets to say thank you. Someone makes a careless remark. Someone behaves slightly selfishly.
None of these are catastrophic.
Yet the mind wants to react. It wants to defend. It wants to correct. It wants to prove.
Why? Because the ego feels slighted. The ego interprets small offenses as threats to dignity. But the Stoics understood something simple and liberating. Not every offense deserves your energy. Marcus Aurelius wrote about how often people act from ignorance, distraction, or habit. Most trivial offenses are not calculated attacks. They are the result of someone else's limitations. When you treat every minor offense as personal, your nervous system remains on constant alert. You become easily disturbed.
But when you train indifference toward trivial matters, your stability increases.
This training begins with discernment. Ask yourself, is this truly harmful? Is this worth carrying? Will this matter in a week?
Most of the time, the answer is no.
Training indifference does not mean you accept genuine harm. It means you differentiate between inconvenience and injustice. There is a difference between disrespect that requires boundaries and small human flaws that require patience. Epictetus taught that people will act according to what they believe is right in that moment. If their belief is flawed, their action reflects their misunderstanding. You do not need to correct every misunderstanding.
Sometimes the most powerful response is internal neutrality.
At night, trivial offenses often replay disproportionately. You remember the tone, the small comment, the way someone walked away. But notice how small the original event was compared to the emotional energy spent afterward. The mind magnifies because it seeks significance. Indifference reduces magnification. You can acknowledge, that was unnecessary, and then move on. No internal debate, no silent argument, no mental courtroom. When you stop prosecuting every small offense, your mental space expands. The body relaxes more easily. You conserve emotional energy for what truly matters. The Stoics practiced voluntary humility. They reminded themselves that their worth is not diminished by every careless word. If someone speaks sharply, your character remains intact.
If someone forgets courtesy, your dignity does not evaporate.
Trivial offenses only grow when you feed them with attention. Training indifference is like strengthening a muscle. At first, the urge to react feels strong, but with repetition, you begin to notice that not reacting feels lighter. You feel less entangled. You remain steady. As you lie here now, notice if any small offense from today lingers. Instead of analyzing it, shrink it to its true size. A brief moment, a small action, nothing more. You are not obligated to assign meaning to every imperfection in human behavior.
People will forget things.
People will speak carelessly. People will misunderstand. This is part of being human. Indifference toward trivial offenses is not weakness. It is mastery of scale. You are choosing what deserves your attention. When you refuse to inflate minor disturbances, you protect your tranquility. And tranquility, once protected, deepens naturally. There is peace in realizing that most offenses are not worth losing sleep over. Tonight, you do not need to defend your pride. You do not need to correct the world.
You can let small things remain small.
Let them dissolve without commentary. Let them fade without rehearsal.
The mind grows quieter when it stops treating pebbles like mountains.
And in that quiet, your breath steadies once more. There is nothing significant happening here now. Only stillness, only rest, only the gentle discipline of choosing calm over reaction. As you grow steadier with small offenses,
As you stop inflating pebbles into mountains, another source of noise reveals itself.
Not what people said, not what people did, but what you think they might think.
This is the noise of anticipated judgment. It does not require a real critic. It does not require spoken words. It lives entirely in imagination. You walk into a room and the mind whispers, "They're evaluating you." You post something and it says, "They're judging it." You make a choice and it asks, "What will they think?" No one may have said anything at all. Yet your body reacts. The shoulders tighten, the breath becomes shallow, the mind begins adjusting behavior. Anticipated judgment is powerful because it creates invisible observers. You carry an audience inside your head. The Stoics understood that much of human anxiety comes not from real criticism, but from imagined opinion. Epictetus reminded his students that other people's judgments belong to them, not to you. But the mind does something subtle. It tries to predict judgment in advance.
It believes that if you anticipate criticism, you can prevent it.
If you adjust yourself enough, if you refine your words enough, if you prepare every angle.
You will avoid being judged.
But this is a trap. You cannot fully control how others interpret you. Every person filters you through their own experiences, biases, and expectations. Anticipated judgment creates noise because it forces constant self-monitoring. You begin asking, "Am I saying this correctly? Am I being perceived the right way? Am I impressive enough?" Instead of being present, you are performing internally. Marcus Aurelius warned himself not to live according to the opinions of the crowd. He reminded himself that even the loudest applause fades, and even the harshest criticism disappears with time. If praise fades, judgment fades too. Anticipated judgment exaggerates importance. It assumes that people are constantly evaluating you with intensity. But in truth, most people are preoccupied with their own thoughts. They are worrying about how they are perceived. They are replaying their own conversations. They are anticipating judgment themselves. The audience in your mind is often larger than the audience in reality. At night, anticipated judgment can replay events. You may think about how you were seen today. You may imagine someone analyzing your words. You may predict criticism for tomorrow. But notice something important. No judgment is happening in this room right now. There is no evaluation occurring. Only breath. Only quiet. The Stoic response to anticipated judgment is grounded in character. If you act with integrity, what remains to fear? You cannot prevent all misunderstanding. You cannot control every perception.
But you can control your conduct.
When you shift focus from managing others' opinions to strengthening your own principles, anxiety reduces. You no longer need to monitor every angle. You simply act in alignment with your values. As you lie here now, notice if the mind tries to rehearse how you were perceived. Gently pause. Ask yourself,
Is there actual judgment happening right now?
The answer is no.
anticipated judgment is imagination projecting forward. Imagination is not reality. You do not need to defend yourself against hypothetical opinions.
You do not need to reshape yourself to satisfy imagined critics.
Your worth is not built on speculation. It is built on consistency of character, and character is internal. When you release anticipated judgment, the nervous system softens. There is less tension in the chest, less tightening in the throat, less scanning in the mind.
You are allowed to exist without constant evaluation.
You are allowed to speak imperfectly, to act without over-analysis, to be seen without over-correction. Tonight there is no courtroom, no audience, no verdict, only stillness. Let the imagined observers fade.
Let the internal spotlight dim. The noise lowers when you stop defending against opinions that have not even formed, and in that lowering quiet spreads gently. You are not on display here. You are simply resting. As the imagined audience begins to fade, as the noise of anticipated judgment quiets and the spotlight inside your mind dims, there is one final movement left to practice. It is not escape. It is not avoidance. It is voluntary withdrawal. Psychological withdrawal is the deliberate act of stepping back from the mental battlefield, not because you are defeated, not because you are overwhelmed, but because you choose not to engage. All day long, your mind is invited into conflicts, opinions to react to, news to absorb, arguments to join, problems to analyze, comparisons to measure. The world pulls at your attention constantly, and attention is energy. The Stoics understood that you cannot prevent invitations, but you can decline participation. Marcus Aurelius spoke of retreating into the inner citadel, a mental space where external chaos cannot dictate your state. Voluntary psychological withdrawal is entering that space intentionally. It means saying internally, I do not need to engage with this right now.
Not every thought deserves analysis.
Not every headline deserves reaction. Not every disagreement deserves your mental presence. Withdrawal is not weakness, it is conservation. When you step back mentally, you reclaim energy that would otherwise scatter.
At night, this practice becomes essential.
The mind may try to reopen unfinished discussions. It may try to reevaluate the day. It may try to plan solutions for problems that cannot be solved before morning.
Voluntary withdrawal gently interrupts this.
You acknowledge the thought, and then you choose not to follow it. You are not suppressing. You are not denying. You are postponing engagement deliberately. This builds discipline.
You prove to yourself that you can step away from mental stimulation.
The nervous system begins to recognize safety. When you are constantly mentally engaged, your body stays in low-level alertness.
When you withdraw intentionally, your body understands that nothing requires immediate action.
Epictetus taught that you are not required to attend every internal event.
You can observe, you can release, you can disengage.
Voluntary withdrawal also protects perspective. If you engage with every external tension, your inner world becomes reactive. If you withdraw strategically, your inner world becomes stable. You are not abandoning responsibility. You are choosing when and how to respond.
As you lie here now, notice if the mind tries to draw you into something.
A scenario, a memory, a plan. Gently step back. Say quietly within yourself, not now. There will be time tomorrow for decisions. There will be time for action. There will be time for conversation. But tonight is for stillness. Withdrawal creates a boundary between you and unnecessary stimulation. You are not obligated to solve the world before sleep. You are not obligated to answer every mental invitation.
You are allowed to retreat inward.
The Stoics practiced this often. They would reflect briefly, then withdraw into calm awareness. This withdrawal is not isolation. It is restoration. You are not cutting yourself off from life. You are stepping back to strengthen clarity.
Feel the difference in your body when you choose not to engage.
The shoulders lower slightly. The breath deepens. The mind stops scanning. You are reclaiming your attention. Attention is your most valuable resource. When you withdraw it from unnecessary noise, peace expands naturally. There is nothing urgent happening here. Nothing demanding your participation. Only breath. Only the quiet hum of existence. Let yourself retreat inward gently. No drama, no commentary, no analysis. Just presence without engagement.
This is strength. This is control without force.
This is silence chosen, not imposed. And in this voluntary withdrawal, the mind settles fully. The battlefield fades. The invitation's quiet.
You remain
Calm, untangled, at rest. As you learn to withdraw voluntarily, as you step back from the battlefield of thoughts instead of fighting each one, a natural question begins to form. If the day has scattered your attention, if emotions have risen and fallen, if noise has built and dissolved, how do you reset? Not tomorrow morning, not next week, tonight. The Stoic reset ritual before sleep is simple. It does not require incense, candles, or perfection. It requires honesty and discipline. The day has already happened. You cannot redo it, but you can process it cleanly. Marcus Aurelius would review his conduct before resting, not to punish himself, not to obsess, but to clear the mental field. The ritual begins with calm observation. You gently scan the day. Where did you act well? Where did you react unnecessarily? Where did you stay aligned with your principles? Do not exaggerate success. Do not exaggerate failure. Simply notice. This is not a courtroom. It is a quiet review. If you lost patience, acknowledge it. If you spoke harshly, recognize it. If you remained calm under pressure, respect it. Clarity replaces judgment. The second step is release. Once you have examined the day, you let it close. You do not carry unfinished emotions into the night. If something can be corrected tomorrow, you plan one small corrective action. Not a full strategy, not a dramatic resolution, just one clear adjustment. And then you stop thinking about it. The Stoics believe that self-improvement is steady, not frantic. You do not need to solve your entire character before sleep. You only need to align gently. The third step is gratitude for the ordinary. Not exaggerated positivity, just recognition. You breathed today. You moved. You learned something. Even difficulty contains information. Gratitude stabilizes perspective. When the mind focuses only on what went wrong, it distorts the day. When it includes what went right, balance returns. The fourth step is surrender of control. You acknowledge that the day is complete. Whatever did not happen, did not happen. Whatever you could not control was never yours to control. You remind yourself that tomorrow will unfold with new variables, and you will meet them then, not now. The reset ritual works because it creates closure internally, even when external closure is unavailable. It prevents regret loops. It reduces anticipation anxiety. It lowers emotional residue. The body responds quickly to this discipline. When you stop replaying and start releasing, the nervous system shifts toward rest. The breath deepens without force. The jaw softens. The heart rate steadies. This ritual is not dramatic. It is quiet and consistent. It tells your mind, the day is done. No more defense, no more rehearsal, no more judgment. Just rest. As you lie here now, begin your reset gently. Recall one thing you handled well. Recall one thing you will adjust tomorrow. And then close the mental book of today. The Stoics valued endings as much as beginnings. A day properly closed creates a calmer tomorrow. You are not required to be perfect. You are required only to be willing to refine. And refinement does not require tension. It requires awareness followed by release. Tonight you have observed your thoughts. You have softened resentment. You have detached from praise. You have questioned desire. You have accepted reality.
Now you reset. No ceremony, no performance. Just quiet recognition that today has ended. The mind no longer needs to keep the engine running. The work is paused. The world can continue without your attention for a few hours. Your only task now is rest. And in this simple Stoic ritual, silence settles fully. Not forced, not fragile.
But steady.
The noise has been examined. The lessons have been gathered. The day has been released. Sleep can now arrive without resistance. The day has been closed. The weight has been reviewed and set down. The mind has been reset without drama. And yet, there is one fear that often lingers longer than the others. The fear of being misunderstood. Few things unsettle the mind more quietly than this. To know that someone sees you incorrectly. To sense that your intentions were misread. To feel that your silence was interpreted as weakness. The instinct is immediate. Correct it. Clarify. Defend. Explain. But here is the deeper question. What if peace does not require being understood? The Stoics held a radical view. They believed that reputation belongs to others. Character belongs to you. You control your actions. You do not control interpretations. The mind struggles with this because it equates misunderstanding with loss. Loss of respect. Loss of image. Loss of control.
But consider something carefully.
Every person views you through their own lens, their history, their insecurities, their expectations, their fears. Even if you explained yourself perfectly, you would still be filtered.
Trying to manage every perception is endless labor.
And it never finishes. The freedom of being misunderstood begins when you accept a simple truth. Clarity of conscience matters more than clarity of image. If you acted with integrity, the rest is noise. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that others may criticize or misjudge him. His task was not to eliminate criticism. His task was to remain just. This creates enormous psychological relief. When you stop chasing universal understanding, your energy returns to where it belongs. Your conduct. Notice how much tension comes from rehearsing explanations in your mind.
You replay scenarios. You prepare statements. You imagine correcting false impressions.
This is mental labor without guarantee of resolution. When you release the need to be understood, you interrupt that labor. You remind yourself, my responsibility ends with my action, not with their conclusion. This does not mean you avoid necessary communication. It means you do not obsess over complete control of narrative. You speak when needed. You clarify when appropriate. You correct factual errors calmly.
But you do not chase perfect perception.
There is deep strength in allowing some people to misunderstand you. It reveals who you are when applause is absent.
It tests whether your behavior is anchored in principle or approval.
If your peace depends on everyone seeing you accurately, your peace will always be unstable. But if your peace depends on your own alignment, misunderstanding loses its threat. Epictetus would ask, if someone calls you what you are not, does it change who you are? If someone believes a false version of you, does your character shift? No. The discomfort comes from ego. Ego wants to be seen correctly. Ego wants recognition. Ego wants validation. But character does not require audience agreement.
There is a quiet maturity in letting some narratives pass without defense.
Sometimes explanation inflames. Sometimes silence protects dignity. When you trust your own conduct, you do not panic over misinterpretation. You understand that truth does not collapse because someone fails to see it. At night, this becomes especially important. Many restless thoughts are not about events themselves, but about how those events were perceived. Did they think I was rude? Do they believe I am incapable? Should I have said more? These loops can continue endlessly. Freedom arrives when you decide that you are not responsible for managing every viewpoint. You are responsible for acting with honesty and restraint. After that, you release the outcome. This does not make you indifferent to relationships. It makes you emotionally independent.
You still care. You still listen. You still grow from feedback.
But you do not collapse under misinterpretation. You accept that being human means being partially misunderstood. Even the wisest people in history were misjudged. Their peace did not come from universal approval. It came from internal steadiness. Feel the difference in your body when you allow misunderstanding to exist without reaction. The chest softens, the jaw loosens, the urge to rehearse fades. You are not required to correct every story.
Some stories will fade on their own.
Some misunderstandings will dissolve with time, and some will remain, but without power over your sleep.
Tonight, let a few false perceptions exist without intervention.
Let a few unanswered explanations remain unanswered. Trust your conduct more than your image. Trust your principles more than opinions. Trust your consistency more than applause. This is freedom, not freedom from criticism, not freedom from misjudgment.
Freedom from the need to control them.
And in that freedom, silence deepens further, because the mind no longer needs to defend what it knows is steady. You are allowed to be misunderstood and still be at peace. As you loosen the need to be perfectly understood, as you stop chasing every correction and defending every perception, another quiet truth begins to rise. Not all connections are permanent. Not all bonds are meant to last unchanged, and much of the noise inside the mind comes from resisting this. Accepting impermanence in relationships is not coldness, it is clarity.
People enter your life at different seasons. Some stay for years, some stay for lessons, some stay only long enough to shift your direction.
The mind struggles when closeness changes, when a friendship cools, when distance grows, when affection fades, when priorities shift. It asks, what did I do wrong? How can I fix this? How do I get it back? But sometimes nothing is broken. Sometimes change is simply movement. The Stoics believed that everything external is in motion. Bodies age, cities evolve, opinions shift, and relationships move with time as well. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that all things are temporary arrangements, not to create sadness, but to create gentleness. When you accept impermanence, you hold people with lighter hands. You appreciate them fully while they are present. And when change arrives, you do not collapse. Many sleepless nights are not about conflict. They are about attachment to how things used to be. You replay old conversations. You remember shared laughter. You compare the present distance to past closeness. The mind resists the idea that something meaningful can change without being a failure. But impermanence does not erase meaning. A season can be beautiful without lasting forever. A relationship can be real without being permanent. When you accept this, the heart softens. You stop demanding permanence from people who are also changing. You allow growth without betrayal. You allow endings without bitterness. This does not mean you become detached from love. It means you love without ownership.
The Stoics did not teach emotional coldness. They taught emotional balance. To care deeply while remembering that nothing is guaranteed to remain.
When you cling tightly, fear grows. Fear of loss. Fear of abandonment. Fear of change. But when you accept impermanence, fear decreases.
You understand that every connection is a gift, not a possession. And gifts are appreciated while present, not demanded forever. At night, this acceptance brings enormous relief. If someone has grown distant, you can say,
This is the natural movement of life.
if someone has left, you can say, our paths crossed for a reason. If someone has changed, you can say, they are evolving, just as I am. This reduces resentment. Resentment often grows from the belief that things should have stayed the same, but nothing in nature remains unchanged. Trees shed leaves, seasons rotate, tides shift. Human connection follows the same rhythm. When you accept this, gratitude replaces resistance.
You become thankful for what was, instead of angry about what is not.
This does not mean you stop nurturing relationships. You still show up, you still communicate, you still invest.
But you do so without demanding permanence.
You release the illusion that love must look the same forever to be real. And this makes your presence lighter. People feel safer around someone who does not cling.
They feel respected when they are allowed to grow.
Acceptance of impermanence also protects your peace if separation happens. You understand that loss is part of the human experience. You allow grief without dramatizing it into injustice. You let sadness exist without turning it into blame. This steadiness is powerful. It allows you to rest without replaying what cannot be reversed. You cannot force someone to remain. You cannot freeze time. But you can honor what existed without demanding its continuation.
As you lie here now, notice if the mind is holding tightly to someone's past version.
Gently loosen the grip, not to erase them, not to forget them, but to accept reality. Impermanence is not cruelty, it is structure.
Everything changes.
And because everything changes, presence becomes precious. Tonight, allow relationships to be what they are. No rewriting, no clinging, no forcing,
Just acknowledgement.
Some are near, some are distant, some are memories.
All are part of your journey.
And none require resistance in this moment. In accepting impermanence, the mind grows quieter because it stops fighting what time naturally moves. You are allowed to love deeply.
And still accept change.
You are allowed to value connection and still rest when it shifts. Impermanence does not remove meaning. It reveals it. And in that understanding, silence settles once more. Tonight, you did something most people never do. You faced the noise instead of running from it. You examined assumptions that were never questioned. You softened the ego's fear of fading into the background. You quieted the invisible audience watching your every move. You loosened the grip of urgency, regret, comparison, perfectionism, and the endless need to control. You allowed thoughts to decay instead of feeding them. You stepped back from insults without swallowing them. You released resentment without pretending it never existed. You accepted that not every relationship lasts forever. You even made peace with being misunderstood. And slowly, layer by layer, the battlefield inside you became still ground. This is what the Stoics meant by strength. Not loud dominance, not emotional numbness, but calm mastery over what happens within. 4 hours of returning to yourself. 4 hours of choosing clarity over chaos. 4 hours of remembering that peace is trained, not found. If something shifted in you tonight, even slightly, leave a comment with just one word. Still. That single word will tell me you didn't just listen, you practiced. And if this kind of depth helps you think clearer, sleep deeper, and live stronger, subscribe and join this journey. Because the world will always be loud.
But you
You now know how to be quiet.